Okay, let's get this stuff. Oh shoot, I'm hidden. There we go. Nope, that's there. There. Now we can start. This window is small. Make this a little bigger. Put this over there. Okay. I think this is the setup I had last time. I don't have any background music. I don't remember what I used last time. Was it this? Now nope. Okay, there we go. Space. I thought this was my living room. Nope. We're about to go to the abyss. Okay, let's look at the tags first. This is a good one. Okay, so we got actually let me delete that. Okay, so we got Smut, Fluff, Delivery Man, Tartaglia, and then we got innuendos, cross-dressing, name-calling, marathoning, food, roleplay. Oh, this is gonna be a journey, you guys. We're gonna have fun with this one. Okay, so summary. Being a delivery man for the Snezhnaya Postal Service doesn't come with a lot of thrills, but a job is a job. And Child is content with the monotonous life of brown cardboard boxes and long hours of driving, and it meant helping his family see a certain hot patron who really needs to start ordering more clothes. So ice cream and cake for everyone. I figured I'm not gonna censor it like that this time. That was a little too complicated. But yeah, this looked like this pic doesn't have ice cream, but I did read a part that had whipped cream. Okay, however, a child finds himself in a dilemma when stuck in the blizzard and must rely on his favorite patron and crush, Scaramouche, to seek shelter until he can return home. The only problem is he will be stuck here for 6 hours. Sheesh, how can he possibly stay warm for 6 hours? Like, this model looks a little off. Let me switch programs. Because I'm not kind of liking how it's looking. Just up. There. Okay, while I wait for that to load, let's start. Child spends days, weeks, months going door to door to deliver packages. Everything becomes a blur when all you see is a bunch of people's faces and brown boxes. However, there will always be that one person that sticks out in his mind. Oh yeah. A few hours away from the capital stood a small comfy town bordering Fontaine. Child takes a trip here almost every week. It was always his last stop before heading home. He finishes up a few orders before heading back to his truck to get his last package. He sees the familiar address and recipient listed on the box. Scaramouche. Child proceeds to walk up several flights of stairs, holding the box securely in his arms. He doesn't need to glance down at the address to know where he is headed. The path to this one door has been engraved in Child's brain. On the 6th floor, there is a door at the end of the East Hall, room 611. That's funny because Scaramouche is like the sixth harbinger and Child is like the 11th harbinger. That's cute. To say he has garnered a little crush wouldn't be far from the truth. It was embarrassing for Child to admit. Delivery men don't have regulars. They may come across the same address over and over, but most times they never interact with their recipients besides finalizing orders on a clipboard. Yet Scaramouche was the exception. Hold on a second, is this viewed chapter by chapter? Oh my goodness, this is long. My goodness. Child knocked on the door. He pulled out his clipboard that hung from his hip. Every time he is in front of this door, he has to mentally prepare himself. It doesn't take long for the door to open. A familiar face peers through the door with that classic telltale sardonic voice. My, what do we have here? When he finally opens the door, Child expects a rather lewd choice of clothing. His expectations are met. The recipient's Howry slips, showcasing his defined collarbones. Under the Howry was a white tee and a collar that hung low. Despite the cold weather, he wore surprisingly short pants. Any mental preparation Child had before Scaramouche opened the door completely withered. As he always does, Scaramouche leans against the doorframe. Hi, Child. He can feel his eyes slowly trail down Child's figure. Child clamps his legs together and straightens his back when his eyes linger near his crotch. When his eyes come back up to meet Child's, he smirks, his fingers curled up under his chin. Hey, Scara. Gosh, his voice cracked. Here you go. He shoves the package into Scaramouche's hand. It wasn't as graceful as he had hoped. Scaramouche chuckles. Thanks, Child. And takes the box into his apartment. Child only has a peek of the inside before Scaramouche comes back. When he comes out, he pulls the pen right out of Child's shirt pocket and signs the clipboard. He always did that. Every time Child came to deliver his package, Scaramouche even insisted during one of his previous visits that he liked doing it. Since then, Child leaves the pen there, just for him. Scaramouche sighs. It has been a long week. It has been a long week, Child, and I have been needing this so badly. Oh, why? There's a small silence. A seconds between his question and Scaramouche's answer lies uncertainty, and it only stretches out more when Scaramouche purses his lips to suppress an oncoming smirk. Then he laughs. Oh, it's just that I thought this package would come sooner, but I guess the blizzard has been picking up. He puts the pen back into Child's pocket, but he doesn't do this without playfully tugging the delivery man's shirt. He hooked his finger, dragging the shirt pocket out, before it bounced back against Child's chest. Yeah, I mean... Child surveys the hall and gestures with his hand to nothing in particular. Lived here my entire life, so I became used to it. Sounds about right. Scaramouche crosses his arms, making himself rather comfy at the doorframe. Back in my homeland, we never dealt with disasters like this. The worst that would happen is the occasional storm. Yeah, for me, I just became so used to this that it doesn't seem like a disaster. Just Snezhnaya being Snezhnaya. Child jokes. He chuckled to himself, but when he saw Scaramouche had no reaction, he switched the subject. So, why did you move back here then? Snezhnaya wasn't kind to foreigners. The weather here is unlike anywhere in Teyvat. Often it was difficult for people to adjust to the harsh climate. Scaramouche was perhaps the only foreigner that he knew, but even then, moving to Snezhnaya to end up in a small town was a bit strange to Child. If foreigners did stay in Snezhnaya, it was at the capital, where business thrived. Overall, this place was just an odd place to end up. Though if he had learned anything about Scaramouche, it was that he liked odd things. Hated my family. I wanted to be as far away as possible. Scaramouche rolls his eyes at the mention of his own kin. Child feels a bit of guilt for asking, but Scaramouche doesn't take too long to recover. But if not for that, Scaramouche cocks his head to the side. The men here are much better looking than the ones back home. Child flicks his wrist. Nah, I bet Inazuma has many fine people. Like you, for example. He didn't want to denounce Inazuma, and he wasn't wrong. But he should have known how Scaramouche would pick up on it. The look on Scaramouche's face. He should have known that he walked into Scaramouche's trap. Oh, wow, child, are you hitting on me? Scaramouche places a hand on his chest, his brows furrowed, but a curve inching up on his lips. Child brings his hand up to wave it off, but Scaramouche beats him to it. Can't say I am not flattered. It means a lot coming from someone like you. Really? Scaramouche nods. Of course. It means I am your type, right? Yeah, you got him there. Child heaves out a nervous, laugh-like sound. God, he doesn't even know what it's supposed to be. A sound of surprise? Humor? He can't deny the fact that it was making him feel things he shouldn't feel. It doesn't ease the tension as he hoped. But again, Scaramouche comes to the rescue. Ugh, I am teasing. Scaramouche slaps Child's arm, but just a little. Child nods and mutters a non-committal sound. Why can't he be a little cooler around Scaramouche? He swears he wasn't a complete loser. So, how long will be the trip back home? Child mentally thanks Scaramouche for the change of subject. Not because he felt put off by it all, but rather, he didn't even know what to say to Scaramouche's advances. In most cases, he never did. He shrugs. Probably a few hours. Longer because of the blizzard. But our trucks are capable of dealing with the weather, so it should be all good. At least I can listen to music. Really? It's almost dark out. Don't you ever spend time off the road? Child briefly ponders. He doesn't see it as much of a hindrance. But the way Scaramouche looked at him makes him think that it might actually be somewhat miserable. In hindsight, it was pretty mind-numbing. But he got quite used to it. As long as he could provide for his family, then it was fine. He shrugs. It's no big deal. And if I need to, I just stop by a gas station to give me a pickup. Oh, ew, gas station food. Scaramouche scrunches his face in disgust. Gross. Every aspect of his job seems like absolute hell to the latter. No, really, it's no. Scaramouche quickly declines whatever Child has to say with a hand on the latter's chest. I'll cook you something. How about that? Child is too busy with the fact that the man's hand is 2 layers away from being on top of his nipple. Can you feel it? Child shakes the thought away. The sound of a free home-cooked meal, though, that sounded nice. Oh, I mean, if it doesn't bother you, then honestly, I wouldn't mind. Sure. Wait, hold on a second. Okay. Okay, Scaramouche manages to make a quick meal. Child waits inside the apartment, but doesn't make himself too comfortable. Scaramouche talks about how often he had to cook for himself because of how bad his mother's food was. Child laughs along and adds his own remarks. He folds his hands behind him as he leans next to the door. Child has delivered to Scaramouche's residence for several months now. This will mark the first time he has ever stepped inside. Upon first impression, the apartment is clean, but a little run down. Its aged complexion does nothing to mask the personality Scaramouche bestows upon it, though. When Child steps inside, he is met with the kitchen, with an island counter separating the kitchen and living room. There are black shelves full of books, trinkets, and a vase full of flowers. A heater gives the room some warmth, but not enough to justify the revealing outfit Scaramouche wore. But Child wasn't going to complain. The walls were plain, save for a few paintings done in an iconic Inazuma art style. Next to the living room, Ned led to a narrow hallway, presumably his room and the bathroom. It was charming to see what Scaramouche managed to make out of his small apartment. Child notices that one of the doors in Scaramouche's hallway was ajar. Curiosity gets the better of him. He squints to see if he could see anything inside. At first, he doesn't see much but a dresser. He shouldn't have, but if he moved his head a little more to the left, he would have been able to see. Here you go! Scaramouche pops up right in front of the child with a bento box wrapped in the black cloth decorated with white cranes. No need to pay me back. Oh, thank you. I'll head out now. Thanks, it smells amazing. Scaramouche bids the redhead a goodbye and closes the door. And Child releases a breath he didn't know he was holding. As Child walks back to his truck, he can't help but replay the picture in his mind. The picture of a long purple doodad suctioned on the dresser. Several weeks pass by. He hasn't seen Scaramouche for a while now, nor has the latter ordered anything. Not that he keeps track. Child goes on about his usual business. He wasn't judging Scaramouche though, but he would be lying if he said it didn't change his perception of him. It's your fault for being nosy, he reminds himself. Yeah, but he shouldn't have been nosy. Maybe he should have just left and declined the free food. Except the food was amazing. Rarely does Child get the chance to eat any food outside of Snezhnaya. His mother's food was tasty, but he never had the chance to eat Inazuman food. During a pit stop, Child practically inhaled the entirety of the bento box. It was delicious. Speaking of the bento box, he needed to return it. Child's eyes darted to the bento box, chilling on the drying dish rack in his kitchen. The cloth that came in hung next to it. But there was no way he was going to drive several hours to Scaramouche's place right now. Damn, another trap. He swears Scaramouche is always 6 steps ahead of him. Does he even want it back? He didn't say anything about it. Oh boy, a purple doodad. Yeah, I had to censor it. I was censoring everything. Okay. Does he even want it back? He didn't say anything about it. In any case, Child was bound to see Scaramouche again. All he could do was sit back and wait. He tilts his head back in his chair. Never did he think in a million years that a simple delivery job would make him feel so antsy. On a second. Okay. Scaramouche took a liking to Child when he first moved to Snezhnaya. When he left Inazuma, he made sure he would go no contact with his mother and her girlfriend. He didn't care if he had to move across the world all by himself. Though moving a bunch of boxes up several flights of stairs, Scaramouche should have at least prepared for that. He curses to himself for not hiring some movers to help him. It was also inconvenient that the elevator was down for maintenance. And to this day, it still was. He grunted as the box in his arm weighed down on his body, making him lean back to support it as he walked up the stairs. The box blocked him from seeing the steps clearly. Scaramouche's foot slipped on one of the steps, making him stumble back. Hey, do you need help with that? When he turned around, a strong, tall man in a brown uniform was climbing up the stairs. He had put down whatever he was holding to tend to Scaramouche's inability to lift the box. The man pays him no mind. He takes the box from Scaramouche and lifts it with one arm. Where's your room? I can help with the rest if you want. Scaramouche lets his eyes linger on the arm supporting the box. The man's round biceps didn't struggle under the weight, and if anything, the box looked light in his arms with how effortlessly he was holding it. Not a single wrinkle or struggle laid upon the man's face. The sight in front of him plugged Scaramouche's rational thoughts from functioning. When he becomes aware of the dragging silence, he finally nods. Yeah, that would be nice actually. Follow me. Okay, I need to change this model. Okay. Let's, close that. Okay, now let's see. How does this look? Come on, where is it? Here it is. Oh my god, I don't like how this looks. Oh no, no, no. What is with those colors? Oh god. Nope. Nope. Why does it look like this? Nope. Okay, put this one back on. Okay, back. Eventually, he would learn that this fine gentleman was named Child, and that he worked for the Snezhnaya Postal Service as a delivery man who frequented this area. Scaramouche would watch as Child effortlessly holds multiple boxes at once and brings them to his room. Child even insisted that Scaramouche sit back out of his own courtesy. Strong, hot, and sweet. A triple threat if you ask him. Scaramouche was practically fanning himself from the steamy thoughts accumulating in his head. Gosh, who knew Snezhnaya could get so hot? This was during the summertime as well. Snezhnaya in the summer was by no means boiling, but it prompted fewer layers. As he held each box, Scaramouche would watch the delivery man's muscular arms flex and the veins that would pop out from under his skin. That, and when they finished, the man had worked up quite a sweat. His face was tainted pink and his skin glistened, making all the light hit his muscles in a delicious manner. His dirty thoughts are swept under the rug as Child popped the final box on his floor. I wish I could help you more, but I think that's all I can do for now. Child stretches his arms. Oh, it's no problem at all. Scaramouche waves his hand dismissively. But Scaramouche will be a fool to let him escape. He slowly walks towards Child, a gentle swing in his strut, and he plays with the collar of his own shirt, gently tugging it past his collarbones, while staring up at Child with eyes weighed down by want. It was all subtle, but it would have been perfectly clear what Scaramouche wanted. But how could I repay you? Scaramouche hopes that he can take the hint. Say some disgusting, perverted thing that would then spur them into the... Shoot, I forgot what censor words I used. Farsky, do you remember what censor words I used last time? That would spur them into the sexy time of their lives. Pick him up and pin him against the wall. Rip his clothes off with his teeth and mess him up like a doll. Enact any and every possible fantasy he ever had about a man with his front door open. He licks his lips at the thought of it. don't need to. I am in a rush anyways, since I am a bit behind on orders. It was nice meeting you, Scaramouche. Child has that cheeky smile on his face as he waves at the shorter male and leaves, completely dissolving Scaramouche's getup. All he could do was muster a wave back. He scoffs in disbelief once the redhead is completely out of view. Then he goes over to his counter and plants his face. The embarrassment clawed down his mind. It was sure to leave a scar and haunt him for weeks. How could he not respond to lip biting and exposed collars? It practically worked on everyone before him. He was a beauty in Inazuma. Whatever beauty standards are in Snezhnaya doesn't matter. There was no way that delivery boy didn't feel an ounce of attraction to his looks. Surely. He wouldn't let this get to him. It will. And if anything, it makes him determined. Perhaps a bit horny. But if Scaramouche was going to be stranded in a foreign land and he had nothing to lose, he had nothing to lose. He digs his blunt nails into his hand, making a fist. It was going to happen. At first, Scaramouche started ordering mundane things. Bowls, knickknacks, candles, plushies. Things he could easily get if he bothered to drive to his local store. But every time Child would show up in that delivery uniform that Scaramouche loved seeing him in, it made it all worth it. No, too busy listening. Okay. Oh, actually, it has the music levels. Let me check that real quick. Music needs to be a little louder. Okay. Sadly, his visits would always be brief. Child would come with the package, greet Scaramouche, make him sign the clipboard, and go off on his jolly way. Occasionally, they would spark a small conversation, but that wasn't doing it for him. He needed to think harder. Now, he wouldn't admit this to anyone, but he was a huge fan of rom-coms. Ever since his mom's girlfriend found his stash of romance movies and novels, he swore he would never tell another soul. Apparently, they had such a shared enthusiasm that it seemingly justified her stealing half of it. Dang, Miko. One night, he is sprawled across the couch in a dim room watching a Sumeru romance movie. He has watched it countless times. Even then, one scene strikes him differently. The movie is about a woman who is in her post-grad, working for a recently divorced but handsome professor. As they continue to work together, the woman begins to foster her feelings for her superior. The professor, still fresh off his divorce and busy, doesn't notice his assistant's growing affections. To get his attention, she resorts to desperate measures. It was a timeless classic. Mr. Fletcher waits in his office, flipping through stacks and stacks of papers. He groans. His assistant was supposed to be here. Without her, he wouldn't be able to sort these papers while working on his new study. The door opens, and Mr. Fletcher is about to say, "Knock first," but the view before him has him completely flabbergasted. "Miss Soraya, what are you?" said Miss Soraya, strides in, wearing a revealing top and a short skirt. She doesn't acknowledge her unusual attire. "Sorry, Mr. Fletcher. The traffic this morning was awful. It was a miracle I even got here." She puts down her red purse on the nearby couch. Mr. Fletcher recalls never seeing it before. It conveniently goes well with her attire. Mr. Fletcher shuts his mouth. He didn't even know it was open. The stacks of paper on his desk were unorganized, and he had relied on his assistant for too long to sort them out. It seems to sober him momentarily. It is no problem. Mr. Fletcher clears his throat. I'm glad you're here. Sort these papers out when you can. Of course, Mr. Fletcher. He grips his pen tighter at the way she says his name. Looks like this pile grew overnight. Must have kept you up. He chuckles and raises his eyebrow at the pile. Yeah, it's a lot. So then, you must be glad to see me. She sits on his desk. While there was little space on the cluttered desk to sit, she lifted her butt to fit on top. Her other leg supported her posture. Briefly, Mr. Fleischer's eye catches onto Soraya's long leg. To help you? Of course. To help you, of course. The camera pans to Mr. Fletcher's face, where a vein is sticking out from his forehead. His Adam's apple bobs at the proximity, as well as the new attitude of his assistant. To her statement, he had nothing to say. At least, nothing that wasn't even the slightest bit promiscuous. When he doesn't say anything, she flips her hair over her shoulder. Anyways, I suppose those research papers aren't going to organize themselves, right? Miss Soraya takes off her glasses and loops it onto her top. Mr. Fleischer's gaze follows the glasses and lands on her cleavage. He promptly looks back down at his paperwork. Anything he was about to say goes completely out the window. And just like that, a light bulb goes off. The next time Child comes over, Scaramouche wears a silk robe that stops just above his knees. Call him daring, but he doesn't wear anything underneath. He makes sure that his chest is exposed. Child is about to greet Scaramouche, but when his eyes land on Scaramouche's figure, nothing comes out. His jaw hangs at the sight. Scaramouche had just come out of the shower too, so his hair was wet. Some of the droplets trickled down his neck and down his bare chest. The water made the silk cling to his skin uncomfortably, but for the sake of the art of seduction, he kept an innocent smile. Hi, Child, he chirps. Hey. Child's voice trails off, dying the moment the word leaves his mouth. It was almost comical how long Child's eyes laid on Scaramouche's figure. Scaramouche plays with the ribbon around his waist that keeps the rope together. With one swipe, Child would have seen all of Scaramouche. Either way, it would have been easy to use one's eyes to imagine the robe slipping off his shoulders and pulling down around his legs. To tear his gaze away, Child looks down at the package in his hand and thrusts it to Scaramouche rather unceremoniously. Here, sorry, I could have just left the package here. I didn't know you were busy. Scaramouche giggles. He takes the package. But I wouldn't get to see you, no? See me? Child's eyes widened. Of course. I mean, I thought you would be happy to see me. He bites his lips. He feigns a worried look on his face. Child's expression just feeds his greed. Whatever this was, it was working. If Child didn't notice him before, he certainly did now. Well... Child is left stammering, but he quickly grabs his clipboard and shoves it in Scaramouche's face. Scaramouche laughs. He motions his hands around to look for something to sign with. Pen. Child looks down at his shirt pocket where his pen was. A black mechanical pen sat in his pocket. Just as Child was about to grab it, Scaramouche placed his hand on top of his. To Child, it looked like pure coincidence. To Scaramouche, it was a strategic move to get a good feel of... Oh shoot, I forgot I put that link out. I forgot to delete the link. Okay, anyway, let's continue. To Scaramouche, it was a strategic move to get a good feel of Child's hands and chest. His hands were rough to touch. They could use some lotion, but the long, thick fingers made up for it. Let me get it. Scaramouche's fingers slipped past Child's to snatch the pen from the shirt pocket. Then he signs the clipboard. When he swoops the pen at the end of his when he swoops the pen at the end of his signature. Okay, let me test the audio levels real quick. Okay, we're back. And when he swoops the pen at the end of his signature, he looks at Child. His face is red, almost as red as his hair. It was cute. He slips the pen back into Child's shirt pocket. He wasn't ready to let him leave, though. There were still other things to gauge about Child. Scaramouche starts with a chat. If this is as warm as it gets in Snezhnaya, then I can't imagine how cold it gets in the winter. Yeah, Child nods. I mean, usually houses and apartments come with heaters, though, so you won't freeze to death. That actually happens. I heard stories about how some hikers get lost in the mountains, and Scaramouche lays a finger on Child's lips. His lips felt soft under the pads of his fingers. It instantly shuts him up. Yeah, but what's the point in staying in if I have no one to be with? Such a shame. The redhead's eyes cross to look down at the finger resting on his lips. Child nods fervently, not even trying to move away from Scaramouche's finger. The scene was akin to watching a beast getting knocked out by a bee. Scaramouche's mere finger did a better job of freezing the poor man than the cold itself. His finger slides off his lips and down to the redhead's collar. Child sucks in his breath as Scaramouche evens out the collar into its correct position. It wasn't bothering him. He lets his touch linger on Child for an extra second before retracting back. Look at you, getting hot and bothered. Looks like you won't have any trouble this winter. Child couldn't even say anything. He tips his head. Speaking of which, do you have anyone you will be staying with this winter, Child? Scaramouche makes sure to let his name roll off his tongue nice and slow, letting the sound of his voice settle in Child's ears and infect his brain. Child shakes his head and waves his hand dismissively. Nah, just family. Family? I didn't know you had kids. What? Oh, no. Like my family. Mom, dad, siblings. Child instantly freaks out. If it wasn't painfully obvious, Scaramouche was creating a whole jest out of it. Scaramouche knew exactly what Child was talking about when he referred to his family. What was more important was that Child was single. Scaramouche puts his hand on his hip as he watches Child make a fool of himself by over-clarifying everything. Scaramouche narrows his eyes, and it steals Child's rambling into a halt. He didn't know he could have this much power without any underwear on. After a brief pause, Scaramouche laughs. Well, I am holding you up, Best be on your way. Oh, yeah. Child looks down at his watch. Scaramouche quickly scans it. Just a plain leather watch. Nothing noteworthy, but it was certainly attractive. Well, nice catching up with you, Scara. Bye. Again, he delivers his name with the same cadence as before. Goodbye, Child. Upon saying that, Child waves and then darts down the hallway. Once the door was closed, Scaramouche slid the box onto the kitchen counter and started jumping up and down. It was a complete turnaround from whatever facade he was playing up in front of the redhead. Like, he wasn't the same person that was riling Child up over lingering touches and stares. God, he couldn't even care about the package. He completely forgot what was in it anyways. He rides the high of his success. It was the first time ever that he managed to get Child flustered. He was sure to do this again. Eventually, Scaramouche ran out of random things to buy. He had enough bowls, his shower shelves were getting full, and his bed couldn't fit all the plushies he had been buying out of impulse. His order of Inazuman snacks and food had been delayed. If he waited for those to deliver to see Child again, it would have been another uneventful 3 weeks. Eventually, he gave a few of his stuff to the neighbors that he had ordered in excess. Oh, my nose. There could only be so many things that Scaramouche can buy. But how else was he going to get Child to come back? Scaramouche lays in bed under layers of blankets and sweaters. He scrolls through an ebook of a sequel of his favorite novel. The heat permeates under the blankets, and in the light of the steamy scene reflects across his face. The blue light should have blinded him, but he only inches it closer as the scene kicks up. Hi, please, I've been good. Himari's voice is cut off as he sets the thingamajig, the vibrating thingamajig, on a higher, more powerful mode. Her jaw goes slack as it directly assaults her super secret area. She desperately pulls against her restraints, but it is futile. It is futile. The grips of the handcuffs are firm. She sobs from the overwhelming pleasure building inside her. She didn't want to explode yet. She can't. She needs Jinhai. The black ribbon secured around her eyes blinded her vision. Every touch of her body multiplied tenfold. I didn't tell you you could call me that. Jinhai spanks the inside of her thigh hard. It rips a loud moan from her. Be good. What did I tell you to call me? Master, please. Himari bubbles into complete incoherence. He takes the chance and dives his... Wait, should I be censoring this? Nah, not this part. He dives his fingers into her mouth. Dazed, she bites on it, creating obscene, wet sounds. She wants to believe this makes him happy, that biting on his fingers will show just how needy she is. She needs her master's mercy. Her spit coats his fingers, and when he slips them out, the string of saliva follows. He drags his wet fingers down, causing goosebumps along Himari's skin. Wow, I wonder should I be censoring this? Huh. I don't know what to censor it with. I'll just continue. She doesn't know what she is saying anymore, but she needs to have sexy time. There's no way she can last. The desperation reeked off her body. But Jinhai doesn't say anything. Instead, he circles his fingers around her super sensitive chest lady area. It makes Himari descend further into madness. Himari writhes from the amount of stimulation coursing through her body. Jinhai, however, paid no mind to the screams of his beloved. Do not be fooled by his stone-faced. He too was struggling to hold back, and her whines burned his desire up to a hot wildfire. He stuffs her mouth with her sodden bloomers. Reduced to wanton whimpers, he goes over her ear and whispers. Scaramouche squeezes his legs together from the anticipation. He wants to reach down and do stuff to himself, but he knows it won't be enough. He thinks of Child's strong body, pinning him down and enacting the same things happening in his book. Scaramouche never saw a Child pass his arms, but it was easy to imagine the muscles and abs adorned on his body. His eyes widen. Something goes off in his head. Something that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He quickly exits out the ebook tab, and on the first plaything shop in the search, he scans the page. If he couldn't charm Child, then at least he could own half of his fantasy. There are big playthings, small playthings, playthings that can make you feel multiple things. BDSM kits, booty plugs, lingerie, almost anything that could bring a person over the edge. It was a treasure trove of playthings. Scaramouche couldn't believe this was the first time he even thought of doing this. Scaramouche's hand lands his eyes on a thingamajig, vibrating thingamajig. He doesn't even care for the 11 settings or the sleek waterproof design. He puts it in his cart. He stumbles upon some booty bees. Okay, I don't know how to censor this. Oh, wait. He adds it to the cart. Forget it. A fleshlight, might as well. He just got his paycheck anyways. Hold on a second. Scaramouche adds the most highly rated lube into his cart as well. However, despite all this for a beginner, he felt that something was missing. Perhaps he was being too reckless, but he could afford to add one more thing for a 50% discount and free shipping. He goes through the suggested list that the shop provides. Suddenly, he lands on one item, a purple thingamajig. I need to see if this is still live because this thing kind of let me check real quick. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me hold on a second. Back. Okay, let me see how long we got left. Oh my goodness gracious. The reviews rave about the length, the girth, the sturdiness. Purple was his favorite color too. Plus, it was just enough to give him the discounts. He adds it as the final item to in his cart and goes to check out. Having already prepared appearance of a gray sweater and black shorts, Scaramouche waits on the couch. He was eager to see Child, but also to test out his new toys. The news plays on the TV screen, but Scaramouche is too antsy to pay attention. He had it on to distract him from the delivery, but it failed miserably. When he hears a knock on his door, he jumps, practically sprinting to the door. He opens it at lightning speed, shocking Child. The redhead jerks back from the sudden motion. "Oh, hey!" Child hands the box full of playthings to Scaramouche. "Almost scared me there." Scaramouche catches his breath. "Sorry, I had just been waiting all day for this package. Thank you so much." "No problem. It's my job." Child smiles. How adorable. He hands Scaramouche the clipboard to sign. Scaramouche thanks Child and takes the pen from his shirt to sign. Child tips his chin down to watch Scaramouche's hand. He likes that the delivery man doesn't back away from the proximity. As Scaramouche signs it, he looks up at Child, who's waiting patiently for the former to finish with his arms behind his back. All of a sudden, something sparks his interest. He snorts. "Say, Child, do you ever get curious about what people buy?" Child blinks and shifts his eyes. Not really. There are just so many boxes that I don't keep track." Scaramouche drawls. He keeps the clipboard in hand as if to keep Child hostage in front of his door. He bites on the pen. "Do you ever get curious about what I buy?" Poor man, really. Scaramouche always torments the poor man. But it sucks that he finds so much joy from it all to stop. Child knits his eyebrows together and slightly turns his head to side-eye him. Perhaps he was catching on to something. Scaramouche just keeps the innocent look on his face. "Well, I just think it can't be that bad, right?" Despite his indifferent words, interest hangs at the end of his sentence. "So you are curious. Don't beat around the bush, Child. Don't you ever wonder what could possibly be in this box that would make me so excited?" Child looks at the box that is beneath Scaramouche's armpit, and then back to the ladder. "What people buy is confidential information. I shouldn't pry. That's company policy. I am asking this to you as a person, not a delivery worker. Take a guess." Hey. Wait, where am I? Oh, here I am. That's company policy. I am asking you this as a person, not a delivery worker. Take a guess. Child laughs nervously and starts to hum in thought. Well, the box is about medium size. Plus, it didn't have any fragile sign on it. Perhaps there's a book collection? Scaramouche grins. Not quite. 2 more tries. Only 2? Shit. That was perhaps the first time he heard Child swear. A sweater? Jacket? Scaramouche shakes his head. Geez, you're not even close. 1 more and I am kicking you out. Cut me some slack, Child chuckles. Child begins to focus, staring up at the ceiling to concentrate. Want a hint? It's something long. Child was too caught up in this guessing game to notice the teasing tone in his voice. Hold on a second. I can't be really too loud at the moment. I'll just hold out for a couple more minutes. Sorry, I'm just, my mom is nearby. I'm just waiting for my mom to pass so I can finish reading. Wait for her to, go back downstairs so I can finish. I'm not reading Sussy Fix with her nearby. Okay. Now I can get back to it. Cut me some slack, Child chuckles. Child begins to focus, staring up at the ceiling and concentrate. Want a hint? It's something long. Child was too caught up in this guessing game to notice the teasing tone in his voice. Scaramouche's grin deepens. So it can't be a sweater. Since you said I wasn't close, then maybe it's not closing out at all. Plus, it isn't a book. Something long. Maybe like a toy or an instrument. Scaramouche smirks and shrugs. Something like that. Child trudges through the snow to get back to his truck. No boxes were left. It was time for him to leave, but he still had one more thing to do. He dreaded what was to come. He was about to head up to Scaramouche's room. Maybe he should have just waited for him to order something. It was a bit weird to intrude on Scaramouche. Would he be weirded out? No matter how many times Scaramouche acted out in front of Child, it was no invitation to just stride into his personal space. I mean, under the usual context of delivering packages, it isn't that awkward between us. He always seems excited to see me. Maybe I should just see this as delivering something. Yeah, I'm just delivering his bento box back. His reasoning didn't suppress his nerves. Child attempts to tie the bento box with a cloth like how Scaramouche did. It looks miserable. He takes shelter under the roof of the apartment complex. The blizzard roared behind him. And even with the snow being plowed down, the snow was still building a thick layer on the road. Hopefully he will be able to drop it off and head off as soon as possible to beat the worst of the snowstorm. No, you ain't. Child walks toward the end of the East Hall to room 611. He prays that Scaramouche is home so he wouldn't look like an idiot waiting there. Child's hand goes up to knock, but his knuckles stay in the air, hesitant to move. For a second, Child thinks that he can come back at a different time, yet the bento box in his hand weighed down on his consciousness. He was already here. He knocks. When there was no answer, he knocked again. Any hope that he had started to dwindle with each second that passed. If Scaramouche wasn't home, then knocking one more time wouldn't hurt. Though, what else would Scaramouche be doing during a snowstorm? He knocks once more. A few seconds pass, and Child admits defeat. He turns to walk away, but hears stomping, and it just goes to the door, and rushed locks clicked to unlock. The door swings open, and an angry Scaramouche appears. What do you want? He immediately stops when he sees Child. Over time, Child had got the impression that Scaramouche preferred to wear scanty clothes. It was odd, but who was Child to judge how someone dresses at home? Except Scaramouche stands before him in sweats, several layers of sweaters, a blanket wrapping his head. Here he thought he was somehow immune to the cold. Oh yeah, I got hiccups. Sorry, I was just dropping off packages here and wanted to get this back. He hands Scaramouche the rather messily tied bento box. I clean it too, by the way, so... yeah, thanks. Scaramouche has a rather neutral expression when he takes the box. No sexual innuendos? No teasing? And no revealing clothing? Is this really Scaramouche? Maybe this time, he should take the reins. Huh. What's with the Child tucks his head towards Scaramouche's choice of clothing? The clothes. There were few parts of Scaramouche that Child hadn't seen. The gods above chiseled Scaramouche's body. Under those sweats were porcelain slim legs, and beneath those sweaters were sharp collarbones and a slender waist. He undressed him with his eyes, though he has done it countless times before in his own time. Scaramouche doesn't react to the eye love making. She just raises an eyebrow. It's cold, like freezing cold. Any inappropriate thought in his head just gets thrown out. He should have thought that out more. Even though Scaramouche couldn't see or read his mind, the judgmental stare made it seem like he could. If Scaramouche knew what just ran through his head, he would be completely justified in shutting the door in his face. Oh, well, I thought you would wear something else. The implication of his words hadn't completely rendered in his head until he said it out loud. It wasn't like Scaramouche was a spectacle for Child to stare at, yet his words made it seem like he expected Scaramouche to come frolicking out in lingerie. Scaramouche also seemed to read the implication with a straight face. Both of them stared at each other as their own thoughts filled their heads among the silence. It was just as he feared. It became awkward. Finally, Scaramouche scoffs, seemingly breaking from his cold exterior. Oh, this? Is there a problem with it? He goes on his tippy toes, leaning up to Child. Scaramouche, at his tallest, still stood an inch below his eyesight. Despite that, Child felt like he was underneath him. The searing pressure of it all made Child want to cast his look aside. But there was something that just gravitated him to stare further into the latter's eyes. Something in Scaramouche's eyes flickers, and just like that, the air changes. Scaramouche whispers, "Do you want me to take it off?" The words sink under his skin and kindles a burn that pricks his cheeks. Scaramouche feeds off any visible changes in Child's face, anything to show what effect his words had on him. He could see Scaramouche's eyes dart down to his agape lips before shooting up to meet his gaze again. Child shuts them and gulps. He speaks up to defend his honor. "No, I just thought that you, didn't feel cold. Every time I see you, you always wear, short stuff." As Child blabbers, Scaramouche goes back down to plant his feet on the floor. A satisfactory smirk curled his lips upward. If there was even a brief pause, Child would fill it with random blabber to make up for the lack of dialogue. He shuts up eventually, and when he does, Scaramouche begins to laugh, staggering in his blanket cocoon. Child, you are so easy to entertain. But thank you for the box. I wouldn't have minded if you kept it. Would be nice if you had something to remember me by. I don't think I could ever forget you, even if I tried. Scaramouche's eyes widened, and the curl of his lips flattened. Child is just as shocked by the sudden confession, despite the fact that it came from his mouth. Child didn't think it would sound that intimate out loud. Child didn't think it would sound that intimate out loud. In his head, it sounded like a joke, like a tease, like whatever Scaramouche does. But instead, he sounded like some lovesick freak. God. Child pinches the bridge of his nose. You know what? I should be going. The storm is going to get worse later, and I don't want to get holed up at a gas station because of the storm. Gotta go. See ya. His jumbled words mashed together, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't let Scaramouche say anything. He turns on his heel and starts walking the fastest he ever walked. If Scaramouche did say something, he was muted by his own thoughts yelling at him. It was a mistake to go. He should have just waited. Child gets into his truck and starts up the engine. The truck has sat cold while waiting for him to come back. The cold does affect how fast it takes the truck to get started, but it doesn't usually ruin anything, except it does. He turns the keys for a brief moment. The truck lets out a grunt of engine. He turns it again, and it seems like it would start up, but then it falls flat. At this point, he just wanted to bang his head on the steering wheel. First, he embarrasses himself, and now his truck won't start. Child leans forward to look at the gas tank. It was nearing empty, but the gas station up ahead would have been in reach. Child repeats the same motion with his keys over and over again, and the same thing would happen. This truck was not letting up. Child buries his face into his hands and groans. He just wanted to go home as soon as possible. Instead, the moments with Scaramouche torment him, and the battery of his truck is dead, making it impossible to head out. In this case, he would have to call for backup. Now, how long help will come? He doesn't know. He combs through his hair as he calls his boss. Some fire water will be good right now, Child thinks to himself. When his boss does pick up, he doesn't help much. Yeah, about that. Child sits up. What? The snow has been piling up quickly, and the roads that are cleared are rather slippery. It started raining here for a bit, so the roads got icy. You are gonna be stuck there for a while, I am afraid. But didn't they just plow the roads? His boss sighs across the phone, static tickling his ears. Yeah, but like I said, snow builds up. It will be a while before they replow the roads. I will send as much help as possible. But if I were to estimate the roads, how far out you are, and the weather, it will probably take 6 hours or so for help to come. Child slides down his seat as his boss explains the directives. What could he have possibly done to deserve this? In your case, I would just stay put. Maybe a hotel nearby can lend you a room and you can stay there for a bit. Sorry, child. That really is the most I can do for you. There was no reasoning that could have been done. Child hides his anguish and thanks his boss for the assistance and then hangs up. Then he laughs and sobs, a mix of both. It was comical how stupid the situation was, but the fact that he was in said situation made him want to combust. He runs his hands through his hair and then drags it down his face. For a while, Child thinks he can just sit it out and just sleep. He reclines his seat, but his legs are too long for him to get comfortable. He tries to curl up, but his lanky proportions don't allow him to sit comfortably on the small driver's seat. The wind howled outside, and the onslaught of snow created a landscape of murky white. The cold was starting to get to Child. With the truck broken down, he was left shivering. The Snezhnayan pride in him said that he could withstand it. It's just a little snow. He dealt with the same exact snowstorm for his entire life. If anything, if there's anyone that can endure this, it would have to be Child. This can't be the time he backs down. But as the might of the storm shakes his vehicle, his pride starts to dwindle. He uses the last of his phone battery to find the motel. Luckily, with how small the town was, everything was close together. Child had to hike through the snow towards the nearby motel. The snow reached to the middle of his calf, and each step would cave in an imprint of his boot soles. When he reached inside the motel, his red hair was snow white, and now the stubborn snow stuck to his uniform. He stomps off with the snow and walks up to the counter. Hey, sorry to inconvenience you. I work with the Santa Postal Service, and my truck got stuck here. And how long will your stay be? The motel lady doesn't even bat him an eye. She flips the magazine page in her hand. Her foot was kicked up on the desk, just mere inches away from the computer keyboard. Child wants to gag. Just 6 hours, at most 7. She sighs. Okay, that will be 20,000 more, please. He scratches his face. What? I'm not even staying a full day. What type of price is that? The motel lady slaps down her magazine and deadpans Child. Her look made it clear that she didn't get paid enough to fight over the price. We don't give out special privileges because of the weather. 20,000 more or leave. Okay, that I understand. But why 20,000? This is a motel. The motel lady rolls her eyes. She doesn't say anything but points at the poster behind her. The poster had a picture of a small town with rolling green hills and lush animal life. Child knows this was not what the town actually looked like. It looked more like a town for retired grandparents. While the town did border the nation, it was still victim to the snow that reigned the region. The title of the poster states, "The secret Naya has kept from you." When Child looks confused, the lady takes another sigh. This is a tourist spot. A lot of people from Fontaine stop by here. That wasn't a justifiable reason for the price, but Child doesn't even want to fight anymore. He could feel the snow melting his boots, and it was making his socks soggy. He fishes through his pockets to pull out his wallet, except he feels nothing. He starts frantically patting all the pockets on him to feel some bulge of a wallet. Did he leave it in the truck? That was impossible. He always had his wallet on him. If it slipped out while on his trek, it was most likely gone for good. The lady is back on her magazine, flipping away, not bothering to be concerned about the delivery boy's newfound panic. On all the days that he doesn't have his wallet, of course it is on the day he is stranded in the middle of nowhere. You know what? I am not going to pay your outrageous. You know what? I'm not even going to pay your outrageous prices. Child feigns confidence and puffs up his chest. You don't deserve my money. Okay, suit yourself. Child stomps out of the motel. So the truck was a no-go, and he didn't have his wallet, so another no-go. Was he going to die here? How miserable. His phone just died. He had no money. His truck broke down. He is quite literally standing in the middle of a natural disaster. He trudges back to his truck by following his previous tracks. The frigid winds mock him, pushing him side to side. He sticks his hands deep into his pockets, grumbling about how dumb this entire situation was. If he managed to stay alive, it may purely be because of the despair in his body keeping him warm. He is right next to his truck when he looks at the apartment complex. Thinking about Scaramouche would often give him butterflies, but right now it just seemed to torment him even more. Child thinks about how Scaramouche managed to find this place. It was probably all cozy up in his bed, wrapped in blankets and pillows. Good for him, Child thinks. Meanwhile, he is staring at the eyes of death in a snowstorm right outside. This is when something lights up in Child. He still has one more option. That is, if Scaramouche would let him. What would he think? Would he even let him in after he ran off like that? It is going to be so awkward. All of his pride was gone with the wind anyways. If Scaramouche shuts the door on him, then at least he would have exhausted every option. To end his misery, he would throw himself into an icy lake. Each step made Child wince. He wasn't a fan of his boots. If he wore them too long, it would dig into his heel, leaving a scar. The seething pain that shot in his heels with each step tells him that he will most definitely be there will most definitely be one. Child pulls himself up he pulls himself up each step with the railing. His feet have frozen over thanks to his wet socks. Child limped to Scaramouche's door by the time he got to the 6th floor. He knocks on the door. Child leans his head on the door frame. He lets out perhaps the 100th sigh of the day. He was so tired. Child doesn't need to fake anguish for pity points. He couldn't care about sounding eloquent in his begging, or how he looked like Jack Frost with the way the snow dyed his hair white. Yay, we're approaching the saucy stuff. The door opens, and Child can see a familiar eye peek through the small slit of the opening. Scaramouche finally opens it wider once he confirms it was Child, except with white hair. Scaramouche stifles a laugh at the sight, but Child couldn't share the sentiment. Jeez, you look like shit. Did you come crawling back to apologize? On any other occasion, Child may have entertained Scaramouche's cheesing. Child closes his eyes and purses his lips. He ignores the daunting smirk on the latter's face. He swallows down any remaining pride in his body. Can I stay here for a bit? I am begging. Scaramouche blinks at him, joining out a long, The uncertainty in his voice already has Child ready to turn away and sleep in the snow. Scaramouche's eyes keep turning to the inside of his apartment and back to Child, as if he was hiding something in the apartment. Yeah, all his playthings. Please, my truck broke down. My boss said I would be stuck here for 6 hours. My phone died. I don't have my wallet. My feet are frozen. And the motel lady. God, I don't even want to talk about it right now. Please. Child flails his arms at each point. There was a small pause between them. Child winces at the thought of being rejected, but Scaramouche nods. And Child will be lying if that didn't bring him some inner peace. Yeah, just wait here. I need to do some stuff. He needs to hide all his playthings. Scaramouche closes the door. Inside, Child can hear some fast shuffling, things being moved, and Scaramouche cursing himself for hitting his foot. But at least now Child would have some shelter. He wanted to cry, but not here, not now. Scaramouche will be back any second. Scaramouche finally opens the door after a minute with a blush on his face. Okay, you can come in now. Thank you. Child breathes out in relief. He steps inside, and the first thing he does is fall on his butt and take off his shoes. He slips his socks off and weeps when his feet are finally free from the torture. The warmth of the room tingled Child's cold skin. When he had some shabby impression of Scaramouche's heater capabilities, it seemed to work wonders for him. He was starting to feel the heat come back to his limbs. He doesn't bother getting up, but rather lays there on the floor. The snow from his hair litters the entrance. Scaramouche doesn't seem too bothered by it, though. Scaramouche stares at the already incapacitated redhead on the floor and snorts. Was it awful out there? The door clicks shut. So awful. Child agrees with an exasperated sigh. Thank you, Scara. I didn't want to burden you, but I really didn't have an option. I promise I will repay you somehow. Child doesn't notice how Scaramouche's eyes darken, taken over by a deviant glint. Relishing in the heat was the only thing he was concerned about. When Child looks up at Scaramouche, his face softens to a smile, far from the sly look he had. He leaned down and stroked Child's face. His hand was so warm. Child absent-mindedly leaned into his touch. I will look forward to that. Scaramouche stands up. But for now, get yourself out of those clothes and I will wash them. I will prepare some clothes for you. Isn't all his stuff tiny though? The hot water of the shower eased away the cold and tension in his body, while the steam melted all of his worries. The shower itself wasn't bad, except for the low shower head and small tub. Child was a giant here. One thing that Child catches on is how Scaramouche seemed to have a vast assortment of body washes, shampoos, conditioners, quite literally anything that can be found in the shower. There was no need for this much selection, especially for oneself. Child opened the caps of each one to smell which one he wanted to use. Perhaps the idea of a full selection was to choose which one was appealing. Child certainly saw it. That's not why he ordered all of those. He slides the shower curtain open once he finishes. Just as he reaches for the towel, he realizes the lack of clothes he had. Scara? Child calls out. He looks down at his naked body. Drops of water rolled down and rolled down the dips and bows of his abs, and glistening skin have flushed from the heat. Child immediately goes red at the thought of Scaramouche seeing him like this. Yeah? I forgot my clothes. Child's voice falters with embarrassment. The laugh behind this bathroom door does nothing to ease it. Oh yeah, let me get it. Child hears Scaramouche's feet pattering to the other room. Meanwhile, he runs his towel over his body to dry himself. When he finishes, he wraps the towel around his waist. The most modest option. A knock on the door prompts him to step out of the shower. The door only opens a small sliver. Child peeks his head out and sees Scaramouche holding some sweatpants. Probably won't fit, but it's my biggest one, so it should be good for now. Scaramouche shrugs. But there was something in his voice that roused suspicion. It sounded like a teasing lilt. Child doesn't comment on it. It was just how Scaramouche talked, he rationalized. I've never heard this word before. Lilt. Oh, thanks. Child opens the door slightly to take the sweatpants. Except it was only sweatpants. Child clears his throat. Do you have a sweater for me? The sight of Child's half-naked body had spurred Scaramouche into a trance. Child watched as Scaramouche stared at his stomach, chest, and then to his eyes. It was then he realized that Child had said something, as if breaking from his trance. A look of shock appeared on his face. Oh, sweater! Right! At first, Child was confused. How do you forget a sweater? Except Child watches Scaramouche cross his arms at the bottom of the hem and slide his own oversized sweater right off. Child chokes at the sight. Child remembered Scaramouche wearing multiple layers, but for some reason he only had one. Well, before he took it off. Now it was his turn to ogle at Scaramouche's body. Child had previews into what Scaramouche's naked top would look like, but it felt surreal seeing all of it in front of him. He leaned more on the skinny side, but his toned body gave way to a small waist. Child could wrap his hands around it. Certainly, the Child doesn't entertain that thought any further. Scaramouche hands Child the sweater, his face completely oblivious to Child's reaction. But he surely knew what was going on in his head. You didn't need to do that. Oh please, it's fine. Just trade me with the bathrobe behind the door and we'll be good. Scaramouche waved dismissively. Child looked behind the door and sure enough, there was a fluffy polka dot bathrobe. He yanks it off the hook and hands it to Scaramouche. After that, he mutters a rushed thanks and shuts the door. Then proceeds to slide down the wall. Child leaves the room when he passes. Child leaves the bathroom when he passes by Scaramouche's room. He pauses. He can hear Scaramouche humming to himself in the kitchen as he fixes a quick meal. The purple thingamajig. What was even more sickening was how the door was slightly ajar, tempting Child to take a peek. He shouldn't. If he was going to overstay, then it would have been disrespectful to Scaramouche to invade his privacy. Yet, as Child crept away from the door, something pulls at his conscience to have a peek. Just one peek wouldn't hurt, right? Well, he doesn't know won't kill him. He traces his steps backward to the front of the bedroom. Child was a sick person, because he knew if he walked away, he would spend an inconsiderate amount of time wondering what was behind the door. This was his only opportunity. In the end, the devil on the shoulder won. Child prays that Scaramouche doesn't hear or see anything. Child tightens his lips into a line and squints as he pushes the door open. Shoot, 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 shoot. Child peeks one eye into the room through the slit given by the door. He scans whatever he can see. His eyes are especially set on the dresser. From the small line of sight. From the small line of sight, you can see clothes littered on the door, a nightstand, a bunch of trinkets on it, and a messy bed, but no purple thingamajig. Dang. Child pulls the door closed as much as he could, but doesn't shut it all the way. No purple thingamajig? Where did it go? No way some thingamajig grew legs and walked off. Color drains from his face, but his thoughts become clogged in his mind at the realization that Scaramouche must have used it that one time he came over. Why else would he suction the thingamajig to the dresser? He slaps his hand over his mouth. The image of Scaramouche using it on the dresser briefly runs across his mind. Did it feel good? Wow, so wait, he put it on the side of the dresser? I don't know why, but when I read this, I thought he put it on top. And I'm like, what the heck? Why would you put it on top? But wait, he put it on the side? Wow. He shakes his head in disgust at his own thoughts. What a pervert. He lowers his head and walks out to the kitchen. That was so shameful. Child thinks he should have just walked away in the beginning. Scaramouche, luckily, seemingly hasn't seen anything, as he is facing from where Child came from. He was mixing something in a pot. When the floorboard clicked under Child, he turned around. Oh, hey! Scaramouche turns back around. I am almost done, by the way. Tonkotsu ramen. Scaramouche had on the fluffy bathrobe, but no more sweatpants. Does that deliver it? Nice. Whatever he was thinking of, he wiped it away from his mind. You know, I never had authentic Inazuma food at all until you made me lunch that one time. Delicious, by the way. Oh, hey, fun fact about making ramen. You had to, let the noodles sit overnight and stuff. I think it's the noodles. I mean, if you're making it from scratch, that is. I think it was the noodles or the seasoning. I forgot, but I tried making ramen once. One of them has to sit overnight. In your refrigerator, marinade or something. This isn't authentic, Scaramouche chuckles. It's instant ramen, but thank you. Scaramouche pours the ramen into 2 bowls. Its pleasant, savory aroma wafts into Child's nose. Child absent-mindedly lets out from the smell. The deprivation he had experienced in the past hour made his hunger multiply. Child crosses his arms on the counter and pushes his upper body over. Well, you should try my cooking sometime. Don't you have something in mind? I can make anything. The broth has to sit overnight as well. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Because I tried making it from scratch once. It turned out horrible. But I'm gonna try again someday. Scaramouche doesn't turn back to meet Child's eyes. But Child can still hear the smug tease in his voice. Sometime? So you plan on coming back? He would have thought that out better. He just wanted to return the favor. Well, if there happens to be more blizzards, maybe. If Scaramouche caught Child's bluffing, he didn't show any sign of it. Scaramouche turns around to bring the bowls over to the counter. He turns his attention back to Child's previous offer. Well, I am not too picky. Child licks his lips at the sight of the ramen. He was about to dig in, but he felt chopsticks lift up under his chin. Scaramouche's face was mere inches away, perhaps the closest he ever was physically with him. He has been in countless staring contests with Scaramouche, but each time he always felt like losing. It was completely out of nature for him. But I can eat anything you give me. A Cheshire grin appears on... Wait, I need to read that. I need to say that more dirtier-ish. But I can eat anything you give me. A Cheshire grin appears on Scaramouche's face. The tone and facial expression filled Child's imagination with unsavory images of Scaramouche. They both knew exactly what Scaramouche was talking about. Is that a challenge? Child says it before his embarrassment can catch up to him. The look on Scaramouche's face was priceless. Now he knows why Scaramouche thrived off this. Scaramouche scoffs, sticking his tongue out from under his cheek. Child clenches his jaw to steel himself. He wasn't about to blush his way out of this. Scaramouche then cocks his head. For me? Or for you? Thank God he was sitting, because Child's knees would have buckled in an instant. He could feel the adrenaline surging through his veins just from a few exchanged words. But Child didn't know what to shoot back with. What did he want from this? Did he want to close the gap between them? Did he want to keep going back and forth until his ramen went cold? What would it lead to? The uncertainty weighed down on his tongue, rendering him unable to speak. When Child doesn't say anything, Scaramouche declares victory. Here are your chopsticks. Eat up! Scaramouche, now with a nonchalant expression, puts the chopsticks on the bowl for the redhead. He leans off the counter to grab his own utensils. Child has to catch his breath, clutching onto his chest to gain composure. Chopsticks. Child attempts to hold the chopsticks in his hands. He remembers that one of the chopsticks rests on the top of the side of the thumb, while the other on the side of the index finger. When he positions it on his hand with his other hand, it just falls. Scaramouche watches the whole ordeal. Child looks up and gives a sheepish grin before proceeding with his awful method of gripping the chopsticks. The pity in Scaramouche's voice was laughable. Do you want to use a fork? No! Scaramouche is taken aback by the redhead's sudden protest. Sorry, I just wanted to appreciate the organic way of eating Inazumi food. Organic? Child's eyes bounced between Scaramouche and the bowl. Yeah, organic. Organic, like the natural way of eating it. Scaramouche stares at Child with an unreadable expression. There's a long pause. Scaramouche slaps his hand over his mouth. But that was what broke the dam. Child's ego becomes assaulted by Scaramouche's tearful laughter. He braces himself on the kitchen counter as laughter engulfs his body. Or, the Scaramouche lets out a long snort. Child just stares in confusion. Wasn't it though? The organic way? It'll take a while to get his composure back, but once Scaramouche sits up, he pats his chest to calm himself. Okay, Child, whatever you say. Scaramouche joins Child behind the counter. Since you're so adamant, I'll show you. Scaramouche walks behind Child and presses his body close to his. The proximity was unnecessary, but Child welcomes it regardless. Scaramouche's dainty hands dwarfed on top of Child's large ones. However, his hands proved to be more experienced as he moved each of Child's fingers to fit around the chopsticks. He whispers close to his ear on how to hold them, but Child couldn't hear him over the blood rushing through his ears. The breath fanning the shell of his ears goes straight to his ding-dong. He just nodded along with whatever Scaramouche said. Hey, you got it. Now try moving it. Child keeps his thumb still and flexes his index and middle finger together to move the chopstick. Child's eyebrows rose in shock as he successfully held and maneuvers the chopsticks. Yo! He tries to pick up the noodles. Only a few strands come up to his grip, but he quickly takes them into his mouth and he slurps on the noodles. So good, Child says. His mouth full says with his mouth full of noodles. After Scaramouche and Child finish their ramen, Child retells the story of what happened. He had to take a breath after each long-winded sentence, but there was so much anguish that Child experienced within those moments that he needed to let it all out. While he tells the story, Child returns the favor by washing the dishes. This is a tourist spot? I know, right? Who knew? Child snorts. What would the tourist attraction even be? Child places the bowl into the drying rack. Child continues. Apparently a lot of Fontaine people come over here, but like, why? I wouldn't even think they had an affinity for the cold. Plus, most of the cool stuff would be Child freezes upon the contact from the hand creeping on his back. Scaramouche only lets out an airy laugh. Then he brings his hands around Child's broad shoulders and whispers, "You know, I've always wanted to feel these up close." Scaramouche squeezes the shoulders and starts to gently massage the knots in Child's shoulder. Away from Scaramouche's line of sight, Child bites his bottom lip to prevent himself from making an embarrassing sound. Go on. Child stutters. He can feel the smirk burning into his back. He clears his throat and continues to talk about the walk back from the motel. This goes on for a while. His speech would always cut off when Scaramouche's hand got near his neck. A groan slips from his lips when Scaramouche presses especially hard on the knot on his shoulder. Does that feel good? Scaramouche whispers. Yeah. Do you... Child feels Scaramouche's bare leg. Wait. Child feels Scaramouche's bare leg brush against his. His inner thigh caresses Child's strong legs and starts to wrap around it like a snake coiling around its prey. Scaramouche presses up against Child's back. Want me to do it more? A plate falls into the sink and makes a loud shattered noise. They both jump back from the sudden drop. It took a second for Child to realize he was the one who dropped the plate. He was so caught up in Scaramouche's flirting that he wasn't paying attention. The sink was filled with dirty dishes and now sharp shards of seemingly expensive plate. There were even some in the drain. Oh shoot, sorry, damn. I'll handle it. Child fumbles. Scaramouche had already taken his hands off the former to look inside the sink. He prepares himself for the worst case scenario. First, he invaded Scaramouche's own living space, peeked in his room, and now shattered one of his belongings. He didn't know the first part, but that was what made it worse. If Scaramouche ever liked Child, it probably went completely out the window. However, Scaramouche shares at the shattered plate with a shrug. It's fine. I can just replace it. I think it was my mom's anyway. Child blinks. He was fully expecting Scaramouche to slaughter him. But his mom's? Wouldn't that mean this piece is a sentimental plate? Child looks at Scaramouche, but not with a twinge of longing was in his eyes. Rather, he seemed more inconvenienced than distraught. Thinking back, Child could figure Scaramouche didn't have the best relationship with his mother, like how he moved away from Inazuma, and how he was left to his own devices because of how awful his mother's cooking was. Child cherished his own family his entire life. It was impossible to imagine a life without his parents and siblings. Maybe he was reading too deep into it, but Child felt remorse for the latter, all because of a plate. In any case, I can just order more plates, and that just means I get to see you more, Scaramouche teases. Child chuckles and nods. But his mind is hinged on the thought that perhaps Scaramouche is just really lonely, all alone in some small town across the world away from his home. When you're done, Let's watch a movie, okay? He pats Child on the back and goes off to the couch. Ah, man, this is long, but I'm making it. I'm making it. I think. I'm making it. I'm gonna power through this. I don't usually read long stuff, but this I wanted to read. Al managed to pick up all the glass shards from the sink with some gloves he found in a cabinet. Whatever happened between Scaramouche and his mother, Child hoped it wasn't irreparable. Sorry, plate. Child thinks before tossing the bag of shards into the trash can. The rest of the bowls and utensils in the sink are washed, and the drain had been cleaned out. Child slips the gloves off and joins Scaramouche on the couch. The TV showcased many shows and movies to watch, but Scaramouche has a bored face as he scans each genre. He perks up when he sees Child join him. Child initially left the space between them so that Scaramouche could have room for himself, but Scaramouche had quickly closed it by scooting over. He throws a blanket over both of them. Aww. What movie do you want to watch? Child waves his hand dismissively. Nah, you can choose. Scaramouche narrows his eyes. Really? I don't really watch movies that much. Sure. Scaramouche goes to a romance comic log and instantly scouts out a not-long rom-com. Child doesn't comment on how quick it took for Scaramouche to find it. The cover was of two women standing back to back, one girl with puppy clothes, staring back with a smirk, while the other with a lab coat and glasses looked on back with confusion. Even if it's something as, I don't know, cheesy as this? Child shrugs. I mean, if that's what you want. There was visible pink across Scaramouche's face. It's not my what, jeez, it's just that you were so indecisive. He clicks the play button. But whatever, since we are already here. The movie wasn't that bad. But it wasn't something that Child would have picked out on his own will. But he did find himself engrossed into the plot. Part of him had thought Scaramouche picked it out because he wanted something to happen between them as they watched the movie. He wasn't completely naive to his advances. Except, Scaramouche wasn't making any advances. He gnawed on his thumb as the two girls were about to kiss. When they are interrupted, Scaramouche lets out a disappointed grunt. Hate when they do that, Child remarks without much thought. Scaramouche scoffs. Same. And now there is an extra 30 minutes to the movie just because of that. They both share a laugh and continue with the movie. Sure enough, there were 30 minutes left. However, Child wasn't expecting such a light-hearted rom-com to include a heated makeout session. Vanessa, they will hear. Vanessa holds Chelsea's legs up to her hips and pins her against the wall. The stack of papers that were on the printer fall onto the floor and are left in disarray. With a fiery passion burning in her heart, couldn't even give sight a glance. Chelsea fights back verbally, but she spreads her legs, letting Vanessa grind against her. She muffles her moans by pulling her lips in. Except when Vanessa brings her to Chelsea's chest, she lets out a loud whimper. Vanessa doesn't care about what Chelsea wanted. All she needed to know was what her body needed. After sucking a dark hickey on her neck, she brings her lips up and kisses Chelsea. Kisses her like she wanted to kiss her that one time in her office. Chelsea melts into her kisses, and her glasses practically bounce off her face when their lips crash together. Seeing Chelsea's face without glasses shows a new side of her, one that is debauched and driven by senseless desire. Oh my god. Okay. Child is absolutely stunned by the entire scene. Even as he watches, some perverted thought of him is thinking of how much of a nuisance their clothes were, and how he wanted them off, and to watch them go at it. But then that very thought causes him to go pink. He doesn't dare look at Scaramouche. If he looked at him, Scaramouche could probably read the perversion in Child's eyes. What was Scaramouche thinking? Was he also turned on? Child shifts uncomfortably, and he wishes he had it. From the corner of his eye, he could see Scaramouche turn to look at him. Child swallows and continues to watch the intense scene. He can't quite see what expression was on Scaramouche's face, but he just knows Scaramouche was severely entertained by whatever was on his own face. He wants the scene to end already, to have the kissing, groping, and now even touching each other for almost a minute. It was turning into a complete porno at this point. Under the blanket, Child puts his hand over his boner. Wow, are you a complete virgin or something? Scaramouche finally scoffs. Child turns to see Scaramouche smirking up at him. Did he know that he was popping a boner right now? No, God, no. Don't look at me like that. It was already awkward as it was, Child whines. He puts his hand up to shield himself from Scaramouche. His first time with his girlfriend was with his girlfriend from high school. He remembers how she brought a condom to his house and asked to test it out together. Of course, he knew it was an excuse to have sex, and he even agreed. But it was awkward, awful, and none of them even reached the end. But Scaramouche didn't need to know that. Scaramouche leans in, interlocking hands with Child's raised hand, and brings it down to his chest. Like an idiot, Child brings his other hand up, but Scaramouche also brings it down with his other hand. Child briefly thinks that he was running out of hands. It wasn't awkward until Scaramouche looks down and his eyes widen. Child looks down and can see that the blanket slid off. And with Child's hands occupied, half of his hard ding-dong was poking out of his sweats. Child looks up at Scaramouche. His mouth is opened in awe and muse. Immediately he tries to run away, but Scaramouche has an iron grip on Child's wrist. Surprisingly, he had a lot of strength on that small figure. Child fumbles, trying to twist his body away, but like a leech, Scaramouche climbs onto Child and attaches himself. His short arms and legs manage to hook around his neck and waist. What are you? Child grabs Scaramouche and flips him over. His small figure didn't stand a chance. He bounced against the couch from the impact. Child crawled away and almost met his escape until Scaramouche got up and grabbed the collar of his sweater and dragged him back down on the couch, and effectively choking the redhead. A gasp scraps down his throat from the tight hold. Child lands with an oof on Scaramouche's chest. Scaramouche has become all giddy from the tussle, laughing as he laps his limbs around Child like a monkey on a branch. But thanks to his siblings, he has mastered the art of wrestling small people. The movie behind them long passed the awkward scene, but they were tussling it out purely for fun now. Child looks down and sees Scaramouche was hugging his waist. His foot was anchored deep on the couch cushion to prevent him from being dragged away. He clicks his tongue. Child twists and picks up Scaramouche, pulling him up before body slamming him onto the couch. Finally, on top, he pins Scaramouche's hands by his head. I win, Child pants. Finally, he could claim victory on one thing tonight. He didn't expect Scaramouche to win, but he had him stumbling for a bit. Instead of seeing the look of defeat in Scaramouche's eyes, his face is dusted pink, and he stares back at Child with wide eyes. His eyes trail down, and Child follows. Scaramouche's bathrobe had flared out, showing scanty black panties that terribly hid his boner. Child's own boner had fully grown hard from the friction. From an outsider's view, the scene looked straight out of a porno. Child chokes on the sight. Shoot. He shoots up, taking his hands off Scaramouche. He tries to back away, but Scaramouche leapt on him, pushing him back onto the couch. There's a different look in Scaramouche's eyes. It was far from playful. It was bordering on dangerous and hungry. Child feels the light sucked out of his soul under him. Scaramouche adjusted his position as he straddled Child's lap. What are you, Child? Child sucked in a sharp breath. His brain short circuits as he feels Scaramouche's boner crush against his body. Not only that, his butt was practically on top of his own boner. He shifts his face away, but Scaramouche grips his chin and forces Child to look up. Scaramouche leans in. Do you want this? Child doesn't even know what he wants. He likes Scaramouche. He knew that. But to him, Scaramouche was unattainable. But now that he's sat on his lap, the very idea was being tested. He can't think with Scaramouche moving over him like this. It was surreal. Every thread of logic in his brain was slowly being pulled out as each second passed. Even as he tried to voice his words, it all came out as a stumbling mess. Scaramouche cuts him off. You know how I look at you, how I see you. Don't play dumb with me. Child gulps. I'm not. He was desperately clawing at some ounce of rationality in his head, but his stunned face couldn't translate the mental conflict he was going through. What was really happening? Was he really going through this right now? Scaramouche keeps talking, and Child would be lying if he said it didn't arouse him even more. Do I need to beg to make you notice me? Because I will. Scaramouche grinds down on his crotch, pushing a whimper out of Child's lips and making his hands shoot up to Scaramouche's knees. He doesn't try to push him off. I want you to use me. Make me your slut. Scaramouche starts. He keeps his pace, but the slow drag was making Child descend faster into complete insanity. On every surface of this apartment till you mold me into your perfect sexy doll. That's till you mold me into your perfect sex doll. Huh. Brilliant callback to his lore. Okay, all of Scaramouche's fantasies play vividly in his mind. Heck, he would love that. Yet, even then, hanging on to a small edge of sanity, Child attempts to reason with himself or Scaramouche. It didn't matter. What were they? Should they do this? This could completely change the trajectory of their relationship, whatever it was. Scara, are you sure? God. Child arches his head back and groans when Scaramouche grinds down harder. He hears a curt laugh. Why shouldn't we? Scaramouche reaches behind, his hands placed on top of his bulge. His hand pushes it closer to the crevice of his butt to emphasize his words, using Child's body to show the words that Child can't bring himself to say. You know you want me. Child's eyes flutter. His ding-dong was so close to Scaramouche's entrance, with only 2 layers separating them. And there was no way he didn't want this. But he just didn't know. With his hands, he pushes Scaramouche down for more traction. He doesn't know why he tempts the latter more, but the friction rewards him. Scaramouche bit down on his lips, biting back his own pleasure. It sounded lewd. Hold on for a second. Okay. Child wanted to hear it loud and clear so badly. 6 hours, all alone. Scaramouche softened his tone into a sleepy, unguarded tone. Every word lulled the Child closer to hell like a siren. Tell me a better way to waste our time, Child. Both of their eyes clouded over with lust, and their arousal wasn't going down anytime soon. Hold on for a second. Again. Oh, my gosh. Hold on for a second. Okay, anyway. Okay, back to what we were doing. Um... Hold on a second, you know, just... Okay. Back. Ish. Okay. Both of their eyes clouded over with lust, and their arousal wasn't going down anytime soon. The child could only hold back for so long. He thinks every moment he spent outside Scaramouche's door. How each visit seemingly revealed Scaramouche in less and less clothing, saying things with double meanings, leaving Child in his truck with stiff pants. Even the sight of ugly brown cardboard boxes with Scaramouche's name labeled on it got him excited. He had been ruined the very moment he stepped in his apartment. No, the very moment he met him. Scaramouche was right. He was playing dumb. He knew exactly what he wanted this entire time. The last piece of reasoning in his head had disintegrated and had gone into ash as Child lifted his upper body to catch Scaramouche's lips into his. There was a loud yelp, but Child swallows it down as he explores Scaramouche's mouth with his tongue. Okay, where was I at? Child brings his arm around Scaramouche's waist, pressing their bodies together. Their lips meet together, pushing forward the friction that makes Child groan in Scaramouche's mouth. His hand wanders down to grasp Scaramouche's butt, making him yelp when his fingers slip under the panties. With a grip, he grinds Scaramouche down on his ding-dong, pushing with his hips, while Scaramouche rocked his butt against Child's. The way their bodies rocked further pushed Scaramouche's bathrobe off his shoulders. He throws his lips down to his neck and begins to suck on the junction of his neck and shoulder. Wait, hold on a second. Okay. The whimpers evolve into wanton moaning and incoherent curses as Scaramouche laces his fingers into Child's hair and pushes him deeper. It prompts him to bite harder, but it does nothing to sate his craving. Finally, Scaramouche pulls Child off him. His mind had been blended into a daze. He hears the latter laugh at his disheveled state. Here, Scaramouche slides down Child's body. He purrs as his fingers drag over Child's sweater. Then, he hooks his fingers over his sweatpants. There was no hesitation. It should have weirded him out that he wasn't inflicted with the same intoxicating desire. It was aching. Scaramouche bites back a moan at the sight of Child's ding-dong. Ding-dong. Bouncing free from his briefs, pressing his thighs together to hold down his excitement. Don't worry. Scaramouche slots himself between Child's legs. A shuddering breath slips out of his lips as Scaramouche wraps his hand around his ding-dong. I don't bite. When he does lean in, Scaramouche starts to mouth. When he does lean in, Scaramouche starts to mouth along his ding-dong, taking the rest of his length into his hands that barely encircled the girth. He starts to kiss the tip of his ding-dong, and then he wraps his and then he wraps his lips around him. Child watches as Scaramouche goes up and down on his ding-dong slowly. Child watches as Scaramouche goes up and down on his ding-dong slowly, engulfing his length with his mouth. Scaramouche's flushed expression and half-lit eyes screamed his arousal. No, I need to read that with more feeling. Scaramouche's flushed expression and half-lit eyes screamed his arousal. Fudge! Child groans at the wet heat. For a moment, Scaramouche takes him out of his mouth, resulting in a pulp. His hand dirties with saliva as he runs his hands up and down Child's hard ding-dong. You're so big. Before diving back in, swallowing deeper. How is that even possible? He brushes his hand through Scaramouche's hair and wait a second. I didn't like how I read the sentence. Let me read this again, okay? It needs to read it dirtier. His hand dirties with saliva as he runs his hands up and down Child's hard ding-dong. You're so big. Before diving back in, swallowing deeper. How is that even possible? He brushes his hand through Scaramouche's hair, encouraging him to go deeper. Whatever length Scaramouche couldn't take, he used his hands to compensate. However, it just wasn't enough. can eat anything you give me. For 6 hours, he can be as greedy as he wants. Scaramouche wants him to. Child grabs Scaramouche by the hair and pulls him off his ding-dong. His lips are plump and red, shining with a coat of saliva and pre. Can I say this one? Pre-cum. He rasps, taking deep breaths. Child leans forward. Tap me 3 times if it's too much. Scaramouche nods eagerly. He didn't know what he was going to do, but either way, he was excited to fulfill Child's wishes. Child plunges Scaramouche's... Whoa, what? Wow. Child punches Scaramouche's mouth with... Wait. Wow. Huh. Okay, let's take a little vibe check break. You still there, Harsky? Where's Pineapple? He's missing all the good stuff. Where's... Oh, okay, good to see you're still there. I'm just trying to see if Pineapple, where he's at. Oh, cool! I got Xbox Game Pass 2 months. Heck yeah! Nice! Nice! Okay, so I don't know where Pineapple is. Or Jaxie. I was wondering if you were going to read all of that out loud. I am. It's just... Wow. It's really saucy. I was waiting. I was trying to save the saucy parts for Jaxie and Pineapple. Lucky isn't here either. And neither is Mal. I'm pretty sure Mal's old enough to watch now. Well, I'll continue. I don't think saucy is a word for it. True. Well, maybe it's probably a good thing they aren't here to witness me dramatic reading this. I don't know. It's just fun to see their reactions. That's the only reason why I read this stuff. That's the only reason why I embarrass myself reading NSFW on a stream. At least I censor it. Okay. Okay, let me get back into dramatic mode. Okay, stop laughing. Okay, get back into dramatic mode. Now. Come on. Back at your dramatic mode. Come on, just Okay. Oh my god, my throat has been horrible ever since I went on that bike ride. I can't even breathe right ever since then. Child plunges Scaramouche's mouth down. Wait. Maybe on stream, but to yourself. Oh no, actually, when I couldn't even read it myself. That's why I had to read it on stream. Because I cannot, for some reason, I cannot sit down and read. And do you see how long this was? Like, oh my god. It was like I was reading it. It's long, fix, and me do not go well together. I skimmed some of it, but I just couldn't even like read it all together. But right here, now I can read it like this. Oh shoot. Another streamer has gone live. Okay, let's hurry up and let's get to this. How much are you planning to read? Oh, this part's almost done. Well, let me take a look at chapter 2. Because that was the longest chapter of my life. I'm just contemplating whether to go further. Wow! It looks so much longer. I'm just waiting for Jaxie. I'll probably go half of chapter 2. I think it's just us. If we want to wrap up and watch the stream we were just talking about. Nah, I could catch his stream later. Cause I want to finish this. Just like waiting for Jaxie to get here. guess while I wait, I could just hop on over to that stream. So let me put this up while I wait for Jaxie. Let me change the song. Hi, Jaxie. Welcome to the abyss. Hey, now I can continue. Let me get back into dramatic mode. Okay. Actually, wait. Let me. There. No, cat. Not while I'm reading. Can you believe that? The moment you get here. The moment you get here, he decides to wake up. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be funny. Okay. Child plunges Scaramouche's mouth down his ding dong. The latter instantly gags, but Child doesn't let up. He needed to train him. Child makes sure Scaramouche takes his entire dong, taking him to the base. He keeps him there. A groan sips from his lips when he feels the back of Scaramouche's throat hit his ding dong. Just like that, he inches his hips forward. Scaramouche struggles to breathe out his nose, and Child can see him blinking wet tears. But he looks up at Scaramouche like he is his whole world. He doesn't tap Child's thigh, but moans, which sends vibrations down his dingling. Child can see Scaramouche jutting his butt out and arching his back. Despite choking on his ding-dong, all Scaramouche could think of was looking like the perfect dong slut for him. It was so hot, it hurt. Child slides Scaramouche off his ding-dong. Scaramouche Why is Child on the side of the screen? Well, because Pineapple didn't know who Child was. So I was like, well, let me find a picture. And I put it there. And I was like, you know, it's even better. Put him on the side. Scaramouche looked defiled, but Child bet he didn't look any better. He stares down at the ladder. He swears he could look at this forever, etch it into his brain. Scaramouche nuzzled his face to Child's dong. His ding-dong was long, if not longer than his face. He gulps from the sudden gratification at the thought. He was such a degenerate. He moves his dong and taps it against Scaramouche's forehead, watching as he goes cross-eyed. Child feels Scaramouche's tongue dart out to lick his legs. This desperate to taste more. It was straight out of a porn clip. God, such a perfect doll, Child whispers. Scaramouche doesn't say anything. He can't, because Child sits up on his free elbow and shoves Scaramouche back down on his ding dong. Child. Wait, what can I censor this for? Wait. Child. Shoot, I don't remember my censor word for that. Why is the chat delayed on the computer? Like, dong slut, but slut isn't censored. Oh no, because you know slut is like just like a word people generally use. So Child F's Scaramouche's throat. Fudge. Not giving the ladder any mercy. Scaramouche braces himself, digging his black nails into Child's thighs. Never once does he tap out. The obscene sounds of Scaramouche gargling on his dong and Child's sloppy thrust echo the room. The movie credits have already passed and was about to stream the next movie, but both were far past that. Child doesn't spare Scaramouche any breaks. The spit on his ding-dong froths up around Scaramouche's mouth and dribbles down his chin. Scaramouche can't blink back any more tears. It all comes running down his face, and a sheen of sweat taints his perfect face even further. It blurs his vision, no doubt, but Child knew Scaramouche knew better than to give a darn about that when he should be focused on making Child end. It was like the blizzard was never there. Child just wanted to tear his clothes apart from the heat burning his skin. Child feels that familiar feeling building up inside him. He was gonna end really soon. As he stares down at Scaramouche's face, it's no wonder. Scaramouche was a wet dream come true. He didn't give him a warning. He will take it. Scaramouche seems to notice Child's hips stuttering and brings his hands around his hips to push himself deeper into his mouth. That was enough to bring Child over the edge. Child curses profusely as he keeps Scaramouche's mouth still as he blasts inside his throat. Blasts. Scaramouche takes it without complaining. In fact, he even seems elated, hugging Child close to his body like he wanted more. Just how starved was he? Scaramouche pulls himself off, heaving from the rough treatment. Even from all of that, he was craving for more, staring hungrily at Child's wet ding-dong, and wipes saliva and tears off his face as one does after a meal. He crawls onto Child's lap and begins to devour his mouth. Child pulls the ladder close. My room, Scaramouche says between kisses. Carry me, please. And that's the end of chapter 1. Yay! 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 I kind of want to give some kudos, but that was so long. Oh my god, I read all of that. You missed a lot, Jaxie. I kind of like my dramatic voice and everything. Okay, next. Okay, chapter 2. We are now in the dirty zone. Let's see. Oh yeah, emphasis on the unrealistic sex tag here. Wow, yay, chapter 1. You missed the setup. Like, honestly, I thought this was PWP, but it's not. Like, wow. My bad. You were probably like sleep or something. It's alright. I wonder where Pineapple is, because his reactions are funny too. You two. You two would get a kick out of this fic. Okay. Scaramouche meets the bed with a thud as Child throws him on unceremoniously, making the mattress bounce from the sudden impact. It makes him all giddy, overrun with excitement. His petite body became engulfed by the veil of Child's shadow. He can feel it, how it weighs on him. He digs under his pillow and grabs a familiar-shaped bottle of lube. Child scoffs at the sight of it. You had it under there like that? Child joins Scaramouche on the bed, his knee dipping the mattress down as he peels the sweater off. Scaramouche bites his lip. He could moan from the sight of Child's rigid body and how it feels against him. It was everything he had imagined and more. He bites down a giggle and nods. With how often he thinks of Child, it has become all too convenient to keep it there. It was even more shameful that the bottle was half empty. Dang, son! Child brushes his hair back. It was still damp from his shower, but his hair remains slicked back. Oh, nice. Exposing his forehead and then knit in his eyebrows. A sound dies in his throat and comes out as an exasperated sigh of disbelief and mirth. Oh, he was going to make all of Child's fantasies come true. Right here, right now. He spread his legs, but it wasn't fast enough. Child grabs Scaramouche's knees and jerks them apart to stop himself in between. The lube meets the mattress as Scaramouche pushes it away and dives into Scaramouche's debauched lips. Scaramouche grabs Child's hair and deepens their kiss. The desperation that was built up over months becomes apparent as their teeth crash together with their movements. God, I could play with you all night, Child whispers against Scaramouche's lips, out of breath. There was a sultry edge to his voice that Scaramouche never heard before. It spills into his mouth as Child takes him again. Excitement pulsates on his inner thighs. Scaramouche can feel Child hook his finger around the band of his panties and slide it off at a slow, tantalizing pace. He bends his legs to help Child out. Scaramouche was too caught up in his lips to care where he threw the panties. Scaramouche parsed their lips, pressing their foreheads together as he looks at the contrast of their bodies. How helpless and soft he looks compared to Child's lean, muscular build. Child's rough hands completely encircle his thighs. But what his mind on was his ding-dong. How his ding-dong, wet with his spit, would impale him, reach past his belly button. The thought makes the heat on his erogenous area sizzle with arousal. Typically, he would love to stare into Child's eyes and read the emotions on his face. Like a candle, his eyes would flicker at even a second of prolonged eye contact. But now, no shine of innocence was left in those deep ocean eyes. They seemed so unfamiliar now. He could easily drown in the blue in his eyes and lose himself. Oh, my nose. Ugh. Oh, cool. That artist who was interested in Buddy Couple just followed. Yay! Okay, now where are we? Lean, muscular build. Bro. How does Pineapple not know Child when I am literally always Child? This was like before. This was during my first Chiscara reading stream. He didn't know who Child was. now that he knows you, he always knows him. By the way, you might want to check out that stream. That was really funny. Actually, no. Actually, yeah. It was a little cringe, but then, you know, I was doing my dramatic reading and like it was like my first time. Anyway, back to the fic. Child pulled away to lube his fingers, and while Scaramouche has been in this position thousands of times, the anticipation brewing in his core also had him trembling with nerves. He was really about to do it. He was going to F child. The realization comes crashing down on him. Of course his mind had to process it now. He tries to gulp down his nerves, but it only forces a trembling sigh out of his lips. I cannot believe this. The moment you got here, this little cat, he is up and active now. And he is harassing me. Get down. The moment you got here. Okay. I bet he's gonna come back. Okay, now. When Child notices, he chuckles. He starts caressing his thigh as if to soothe him. It was disgustingly sweet, and it made Scaramouche want to kick him. Nervous? No. The starter gave away more than he wanted. Child's lips curve up. Ow! He bit me! Okay, let me just hold on for a second. Let me just. I'm back! The stutter gave away more than he wanted. Child's lips curve up. Do you want me to slow down? The tease in his voice tells him that Child wasn't planning on slowing down. Rather, he was taunting Scaramouche. After all he had done to trap Child had the upper hand, and he was practically waving it in his face. That Scaramouche was even hesitating to continue. No, he needs to do this now. He clicks his tongue. Scaramouche supports his upper body on his forearms. Do you want to slow down? Child feigns an offended look on his face. Me? Like I would ever. Child leans down, compressing the air between them into a thick haze. Ever want to not fudge you? He blazes across his cheek. Their faces are mere inches away, and the wet shine on Child's lips tempts Scaramouche to lean in closer. He bites inside of his cheek. Child looked as if he was drinking the view in front of him. Especially after seeing how well you take my dong. I have to. Scaramouche was about to snap back at him, but a thumb came up to his lips and prods at it. The hunger gaze relaxes into a soft look, and Scaramouche's guard goes down for a split second. Look, I feel sick a bit from my food. Oh, are you laying down? You should probably lay down if you can. Bites the inside of his cheek. Yeah, it's like easy to do that by like accident. But purposefully, it's like it hurts. You're too precious. Scaramouche immediately pushes Child's face away while shifting his face in the other direction. Scaramouche mutters a curse under his breath from the flutter in his chest, but Child interprets it as impatience. Okay, Child laughs. Pineapple! Welcome to the abyss! Hi! You, Ajax, and Varsky are here! Nice, the whole team! You missed the whole setup of chapter 1 where like there's a snowstorm and Scaramouche keeps ordering packages and like being all like Hoish. Yeah, both of you guys missed it. No, I'm sitting. I'll be good. Okay, Jaxie. Okay, back to the... You seem very excited that I'm here. The whole team. Yeah, I'm excited that you and Jaxie and Farsky, the whole team's here. Like, you and Jaxie's reactions. You guys so excited. Well, of course. Everyone's here. How can I not be excited? I'm embarrassing myself so I can see you guys' reactions. Like, really, I'm seriously embarrassing myself here. I'm just thankful that my mom is still downstairs. There's no way I could deliver my dramatic voice if she were up here. You didn't even get that excited when I joined. Jaxie, I was excited. And the reason I'm excited now is because the whole team is here. Don't you get it? What if we all did Garden Warfare 2 later or sometime soon? Oh, sure. If Jaxie is up for it. I'm joking. Wow. You should really use tone indicators. I have no idea. I had no idea that you were joking. I'm her favorite little Mal. Well, all three of you are my favorites, because all three of you are the only ones who regularly come to my streams. Okay, let me finish before my mom gets up here. Scaramouche immediately pushes Child's face away. Well, I already read this part. Okay, Child laughs. When Child's fingers start to stretch his hole open, he slaps a forearm over his mouth. God! He sobs at the overwhelming feeling coursing through him. It was so good. The lube squelches shamelessly, heightening Scaramouche's arousal. He shifts his hips to allow Child's fingers to hit his prostate at the right angle. It rewards him as he pelts out a loud moan. The fingers speed up against that exact spot, causing him to throw his head back and roll his eyes. Child already knew his body so well. Child, fudge! His voice shakes with the intense fingering. I ain't not reading that. He tries to meet each thrust of Child's fingers, but Child grips his hips to still them. Let me do the work. Child's lips gently graze against Scaramouche's ears. Scaramouche keens as he whispers, "You're so needy. I can't wait to beat the mess out of you." If he had a G-spot in his brain, Child had completely hit it. Hearing it makes Scaramouche arch his back and whimper. God, he didn't even know what his mind could bend that far. He attempts to answer Child's words, but it comes out as begging and cries and incomprehensible words. Even when Child envelopes his lips over his own, he whimpers while muffled. Continued his whimpers. Even when Child envelopes his lips over his own, his whimpers, while muffled, continue to leak out. Let me see. Obviously, pineapple is your favorite. I'm gonna fight pineapple right now. We're scrapping. I'm gonna grab some ice cream to drown my sorrows. Don't you two start fighting. You would like that though, right? Child says against his lips. Getting messed up by my dong. Being used like a dong sleeve, huh? What if I got to keep you as my personal dong warmer? I know you would love that. Scaramouche nods fervently. Yes, I would love it. Child moves away from Scaramouche's lips. An embarrassing sound from his throat comes out. So cute, Child coos. Who would have thought you were such a slut? His thighs spread even wider. Child takes that as a sign. this is so funny reading this. Like, some of this, I just... Scaramouche nods fervently. At first, humiliation scrapes down his mind, but it leaves behind a trail of pure lust that burns so good in his mind. Scaramouche couldn't even hate it. You were so quiet when I first met you, Child starts. You looked so clueless, could barely lift the box. Scaramouche couldn't even vouch for himself, even if he wanted to. Child's fingers had completely turned him into putty. Instead, he let Child shame him. I could have sworn you were a little virgin, but gosh! Child's eyes burned into his skin. The familiar feeling in his core was building up. He looked down with shame as if he was wasting time on entertaining someone as low as Scaramouche. You're just a whore, begging for some dong to come and mess you up, huh? Gosh, if that wasn't the hottest thing ever, Child having a sadistic streak, he didn't know what was. Scaramouche cries and nods with Child's words. That's right, he was just a hoe. He was anything Child said he was. The fingers assaulting his prostate wasn't helping his mental state. It just affirmed the fact that he was just a desperate boy in need of some ding-dong. He wanted to get messed up so hard that the phantom of Child's touch will haunt him once he was gone. So, when I came along, you jumped at the chance to get dicked down, right? Child bites through his words. Child pushes down the inside of Scaramouche's thigh to brace himself, towering over Scaramouche's body. Scaramouche hugs his other thigh to his chest, probably to hold on to something so he doesn't lose his own sanity. But it was too late for that. He whispers because of how true it all was. Oh, come on, Scara. What happened to you? Hard to make fun of me when I am making a mess of you, He grits his teeth. Talk back to me. Tell me how pathetic I am. Tell me how desperate I am to mess with some skank like you. This chuckle in his features fueled the ever-growing fire in Child. All he could do was moan like a pitiful slut. It was the only answer he could give. He could see in Child's eyes that he too was losing it, sinking deeper and deeper into his own desires. He could tell Child was hanging by a thread, but just about anything could snip it. You're lucky your slutty act worked, but once I am done with you, you'll wish you never met me. Everything holding up his sound mind finally topples. Scaramouche can't imagine messing with anyone else ever again. Already addicted on how Child felt inside him, how he used him, made him feel like his only worth was to be his sexy toy. Ruined upon his fingers, defiled. A dizzy haze takes over Scaramouche's mind as he rasps and whines. Oh my god! Child uses his entire back muscles to power the thrusts of his fingers. God, that sounds painful. The sheets rustle as his body itches further up. He grips onto his arms, digging his nails into the skin, and puncturing curved imprints onto firm muscles. It doesn't hinder Child, but he just hisses, and Scaramouche swears he speeds up. He can feel every muscle Child uses to mess him up. The sheer display of strength, as well as the pressure that shot through his body from the increased intensity. Scaramouche couldn't hold it any longer. I can't believe I'm reading this on stream. Okay, let me catch up. We're not fighting. Good, you two don't need to be fighting. I dropped my monster. What? 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 I dropped my monster condom that I use for my magnum dong. What? 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 Wait, what is that other comment? Some of the stuff isn't showing up on stream. Maybe it's because the word you're using. He was just a hoe. Uh-oh, now I want to make garden hoe jokes. Okay, let's continue. White stuff splatters on his stomach, shooting up his chest. His mind had melted into liquid. No way was he going to be able to turn back from this. His body quivered from the onslaught of pressure writhing from within him. Writhing through him. To whoever his next door neighbor was, he could only hope they would be understanding. It sounded like he was getting the dicking of his life. Except it was all just Child's fingers. Child doesn't stop though. It was like he wanted him to suffer. Even if his arm got tired, Child didn't show it. Scaramouche clawed his hands across Child's back as the overstimulation willed his body to arch and his eyes rolled back. He calls his name a whole bunch. Scaramouche didn't know if he was begging for him to stop or if he wanted more. Though he would have begged more if he had enough air in his lungs. Child's fingers end up slowing to a stop. Scaramouche's chest rises and falls. Fudge, that was amazing. His mind is still hazy as he comes from his orgasm. His hold clenches around nothing when Child slips his fingers out. His hands slide down from Child's back to his arms. He doesn't try to pry him off. He just wants to touch his muscles. He chuckles to himself, half buzzed out from his recent high, and just how indulgent he seemed, tracing his fingers in the curves of Child's muscles. A minute passes by, or 30 seconds. 10? Scaramouche's sense of time wasn't quite on par at the moment. Eventually, Child places his hand on top of one of his own wandering hands. You really like these, don't you? Scaramouche was too messed out to make up some snarky remark to get Child to back off. Perhaps they're quite nice. Child lets out an airy laugh as he pulls Scaramouche into his lap. Scaramouche felt like a wet noodle, but the arms encircling his waist supported his body from flopping back onto the bed. Scaramouche straddles Child's hips as their lips join again. His lips were pliant as Child slips his tongue inside. With his hands supporting his waist and bottom, Child goes up on his knees. Scaramouche yelps, letting his legs wrap around Child's waist. Child spreads his own knees to get a better balance, the mattress shifting underneath him. They part their lips as Scaramouche looks down at their position. Damn! How about this? Child even hoists Scaramouche further up his arms, showing off his strength and how light Scaramouche was, just for Child to use and F into any angle he wanted. Both of them seemed to share the same thought. I could mess you up like this. Child grinds into Scaramouche, elicting a whimper. His dong slides past his hole, taunting Scaramouche. You're so light, I could bend you in half. Scaramouche keens as Child whispers into his ear. Something tells me that you would really like that. Stop it. Stop, Scaramouche whines. He didn't want to be victim to Child's teasing. He wanted to get messed up. Child nuzzles his face into his neck. He can feel the sharp inhale from Child's nose on his skin, taking in his scent. It felt downright primal. Oh, so you want me to put you down? He can feel the curve of Child's lip on his neck. He squirms, tightening his arms and legs around Child's body as if the mattress underneath him was lava. No, please, just F me already. Like this. Like he said, he would beg if he had to. Okay, let me see. The dicking of his life. For some reason, your comments are not showing up in stream. I mean, in this console right here. Let me see. Does it show up regular? Doesn't show up on regular either. That's so weird. Back to the story. When Child's ding-dong impales him, they both loudly groan at the intrusion. His hole stretched open, and Scaramouche can feel his entire length reach up to his stomach. Technically, he'd be dead in real life. He was so glad that Child doesn't take his time. He doesn't treat him like glass. Instead, he F's him with no remorse. He effortlessly lifts Scaramouche up and down on his dong like a fleshlight. What the hell is a fleshlight? He repeats his mantra of yes and as he slides up and down on Child's dong. Up and down, up and down. I ain't reading that. Child growls with each thrust, a vein popping from his forehead. Scaramouche looks down in awe to see his own body bounce on Child's dong. Child's skin is flush red, and the sweat shines on his abs. His hands feel Child's arm muscles. Every dip and curve of his muscles, which flex and extend as they support Scaramouche's lithe body. The sound of their skin snapping echoed between the walls. Child doesn't let up. The deep thrust from this angle aimed perfectly on his prostate. And despite the difficult position, Child manages to set a good pace that numbs his mind. High-pitched moans leak from his lips. He can feel how ruined his throat was, but each thrust was hardwiring his mind to destroy himself. And let Child break him. Look at me, Child growls. Where Scaramouche looks up into Child's eyes, he swears the pace of roughness, and and it draws his mouth into a silent scream. Child looked absolutely ravaging, strands of sweaty hair pressed onto his face with a look of danger washed over. Scaramouche definitely underestimated how much of a turn it would be to see his innocent delivery boy become so untamed, so tired of being taunted over and over. He could feel him taking out his sexual frustration out on him. If Scaramouche wanted to pry his eyes away, he wouldn't be able to. Child's mere gaze set his eyes locked onto him. He only hoped that he looked perfect for Child, no matter how effed up he looked. Okay. It's a toy? A toy? Oh. Ugh. Oh, is it like one of those Okay. Such a cute slut. You look so good on my dong. Each word shoots through his body. If I had known how easy you were, I would have effed you long ago. Should have effed you every time I came over. God knows how much you needed to be effed. Messed up. Child keeps going and it drives Scaramouche insane. Have you bent over every time and fudged the crap out of you for everyone to see. But you would like that, huh? Let everyone know how you spread your legs for me because you're so desperate, like some hoe that lives upstairs, huh? He chugs a sound out in the sea of moans echoing the room. You would like that, wouldn't you? Tell me. With how thin the walls are, Scaramouche will be telling the entire apartment complex. Though, Child wants that. He wants to humiliate Scaramouche to his neighbors. Force him to shame every time his neighbors see him. Knowing him as some guy who got effed up into oblivion by his delivery boy. Jewel's side slides down his lips. How much longer is this? Woo! This is a journey. I'm already clocking out. I don't read long fics. Jewel slides down his lips and makes his words stick together like honey. I'm a hoe. I'm your hoe. I'm not reading all that. Child slides out of him and drops him down on the bed. Scaramouche lets out a giddy cry when Child grips his hips and yanks him back toward his crotch. A dreamy gaze lays across Child's eyes, and it closes in on him as Child presses his lips against his. Ugh, why did he have to interrupt now? Scaramouche pushes Child off. He spreads his legs over Child's lap. Getting tired already? It doesn't sound as mocking as it was supposed to be, with how out of breath Scaramouche was. Scaramouche tips his head to one shoulder. No, God no. Child grabs the back of Scaramouche's knees and pushes them to his shoulder. Far from it, darling. Child has no problem slipping his dong back into Scaramouche's wet hole. Child has no problem slipping his dong back into Scaramouche's wet hole and effing into him. It forces Scaramouche back into a moaning mess, his own dong slapping his stomach with each thrust. The slow pace was made up for with how deep Child went. He pulled out completely before shoving his dong back in. Scaramouche's hole gapes every time Child's dong leaves, only to be filled to the brim a second later. God, it was just so deep. I ain't reading that. Wait. I'm gonna try to read it. You're a kitty cat. Oh, so well for me. I love it. I censored it. Well, it was most likely something that slipped from his mind. Scaramouche reveled in it, being reduced to a kitty for him to mess with. The sound of Floop squelching with each thrust didn't make it seem any different. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a toy that's in the shape of a... Oh, so basically that's an owner hole. Basically. You did this to yourself. Because I wanted to read this fic, but I couldn't. All I would do is like skim like different parts. I couldn't even read it all the way through because, you know, I hate reading long stuff. And I figured, well, read it on stream. That way you'll read all of it. Oh my god, I am not reading that either. The grip on Scaramouche's legs tightened. It was definitely bruised, but it excites Scaramouche even more. Child sets an animalistic pace, drilling his hips into Scaramouche. The bed frame thuds against the wall while the springs of the mattress squeak. The floor shakes and creaks. A pusher or two fell off the bed, but they both know they were busy chasing after they were both too busy chasing their ending to care. Oh my god, I'm not reading that. You're insane. Of course I am. I think I'll read this in my own time. I think also. Have fun. Scaramouche throws his head back into the sheets. Wait, what was this? Wow! I'm not saying that. Okay. Scaramouche throws his head back into the sheets, feeling the pleasure crawling up, ready to swallow his entire mind and body. He grips the pillow under his head. The sharp thrust knocked his body further off the mattress, and the pain from it all translated into more sick pleasure. More and more and more. His mind was overloaded with sex. He twists his face. I'm not reading that. A particularly rough, hard thrust that hits his prostate square on has him throwing his head back and arching his back. His vision blacks out and only speckles of white fill the space. The stars he sees in his orgasm hazed vision aren't real, but he swears he was floating. He squeezes around Child's ding dong as his body goes through multiple spasms. Warm white stuff coats his stomach yet again, some of it landing on his chin. When his vision clears, it fills up with Child's image. Child, his voice raps out, but he is all he can think of throughout the fog that plagues his mind. Good boy, Child groans. Child pulls out, jerking his dong over Scaramouche's chest. When he does end, he tips his head back, relishing in the orgasm with a loud groan. He braces himself on the back of Scaramouche's knee as he rides out the high. His body was marred by scratches and indents of nails, and his glistening chest flushed with pink. When he dips his head down, looking at the mess on Scaramouche's stomach, he brushes his hair back up, which is now slicked back with sweat. His loud gasping became diluted into an audible, exhausted sigh. Despite all of it, Scaramouche pouts. Child takes note of it eventually, and when he does, he sits back on the heel of his feet. Something wrong? Scaramouche tips his head onto his shoulder. I wanted you to do it inside. Oh. Scaramouche laughs. His voice felt incredibly light after his ending orgasm, whatever the hell. He brings his leg up and runs his pointed toe over Child's shoulder. Why didn't you? Child absent-mindedly runs his hand over Scaramouche's thigh. I don't know. I just thought it would be a mess to clean up. And this isn't. Scaramouche runs his hand down his chest until the spurts of their white stuff on his stomach. He mixes it together, keeping his eyes on Child's reaction. Then he brings his soiled hand to his mouth and sucks. I don't know how reading on stream makes it better to read it for you. Because if I'm reading it on stream, then I'm pretty much dedicated to continue. I don't leave a fic half finished. Except for that super tragic one. I think Farsky remembers. By that one author. Forgot her name. The one who wrote the fic that made you feel sick. Yeah, but I was reading one of her super tragic fics on stream. But God, that fic was so long. I just feel like it could have been shaved. I ain't even finished it, so. But other than that, I never leave a fic unfinished when I'm streaming. He mouths along his fingers. I don't have a problem with you ending inside. He runs his tongue from the heel of his palm all the way to the tip of his fingers to make a point. Scaramouche's eyes turn into crescents. Then he dips his fingers back into the mess on his stomach, runs it past his crotch and towards his entrance. He bites down a moan as he slowly F's himself with soiled fingers. Can you please end in me? They were going to need a towel. Why is this so long? Scaramouche bites into his cheeks as Child messes him up from behind. His knees scrambled beneath him, trying to find balance, but each thrust kept sending him forward. The sound he let out with the sheets in his teeth are primal, growling, almost animalistic, as he takes each stroke. That's hot. Your messages aren't showing up on stream because your words are blocked, by the way. Doing himself with the... what? Put this back. Yep, that's exactly what he did. Exactly what he did. He thought it didn't sound hot at all, but he was out of his mind to care. Sweat caked onto his face, and there was definitely some hair in his mouth. Child grabbed Scaramouche's wrists, his rough hands wrapping around them. His thumb even overlapped onto his other fingers. With his leverage, he pulled Scaramouche back onto his dong to meet his thrust. Oh, I saw that position in a hentai once. Multiple hentais, probably. Scaramouche held on to Child's forearms. Behind Scaramouche held on to Child's forearms behind him, but his small fingers failed to encircle them. Every time he felt his hands slip, he would whine and grapple back. 6 days, 22 hours until Kazuha. Yay! And my Scara funds go down. Yay! The way Child took him was perhaps a testament to how easy Scaramouche was. He was bound to be beneath someone like Child. It was in his nature to be slutted out like this. Face down, ass up, tits out. As someone far more superior uses his body with greed. That wasn't there, but I put that there. The thought makes him arch his back even more. His legs eventually went limp. Well, occasionally his legs would kick up in a reflex. Child yanks away from Scaramouche's grip and shifts his hands further to his arms. It pulls Scaramouche's chest further away from the mattress. His wrists had red imprints of Child's harsh grip on them. Without the sheets to mute him, low moans ripped out from his lungs. Each moan turned into staccato wails as Child messed him up. Thick beads of sweat run down the dip of his back. It was so sticky, messy, loud, and absolutely downright raw. Scaramouche tips his head back as much as he can. He was really testing his own flexibility tonight. Child looms over, watching Scaramouche's eyes and a messed up expression. He stares down at him with a clenched jaw and hooded eyes. Please, 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 please. Scaramouche repeats this mantra as if his life depended on it. The arch in his neck makes him dip his head down. Wait, what is happening? I don't even know what's happening. Mess him up, Child, mess him up. Child yields to Scaramouche's pleas. A silent scream drops his mouth open. Fudge. He feels warmth coat his insides, and nothing could amount to the pure glee he felt surge through him. That was enough to make him blabber, smiling ear to ear as he ends. He feels himself drop onto the sheets. Waves of his climax wash over him, making his vision white. He hugs his pillow to prolong the fuzzy feeling. The sheets beneath him were damp with sweat and semen, and despite the fact that they pulled out a towel, it happened jumbled into a ball, not becoming much use. No matter, Scaramouche still sank into the sheets as if it was a cloud. A moment of clarity that doesn't come as Child flips him over and yanks him towards him. The sheets drag down with him. He lets out a giddy cry and yelps when Child slides back into him. Jesus, good lord. Again? cheering him on. The tags are right, this is a marathon. He felt so drunk. The way Child jostled his body just to make him more dizzy, and how he had been manhandled into a myriad of different positions, and how his head lolled up and down as he got effed sideways. He raised his knee to his shoulder. Huh? Both of Child's hands pressed him further into a split. Huh? This time, Child opted for long, deep thrusts. It hit his prostate at a whole new angle. More! God, Child heaves, closing his eyes. You feel so good. Each thrust was filled with squelches of lube and white stuff. Scaramouche swears he can even feel it drip down his leg. The room reeked of sex, and the heat was so suffocating it put his heater to shame. He doesn't even know how many times he has came, and his mind was certainly not in the right state of mind to count. Hell, he isn't even sure he has been rambling nonsensically and saying things that aren't considered sexy at all. He can hear the fitted sheets pop off the mattress from how hard he grips and pulls at them. They were never properly fitted in the first place anyways. When Child started to pound deeper, Scaramouche scrambled at the loose sheets. He bunches it up and hugs it to his chest, chanting, "Oh my God!" over and over. He feels that shame impending curl up in his stomach. He feels that same impending feeling curl up in his stomach. The fuse was burning short, and it will only be a matter of time before it blew up and sent him into another nauseating climax. Making me tingly giddy, bro. Nice. Fudge, I love seeing you like this. Child brings one hand to jerk Scaramouche's dong, and it makes him wince with pleasure. Tell me where you are, come on. A dirty slut. I'm a dirty slut, he whines. When he says that, he feels arousal spark under his skin even more, and it multiplies tenfold with Child staring down at him with that freaking smirk. He moans from the sensation. Yeah, you're a dirty slut, of course. Scaramouche rolls his eyes to the back of his head. Scaramouche rolls his eyes to the back of his eyes? I think she meant the back of his head. It sounded so much hotter when Child said it. Yes, I'm a disgusting hoe. A super disgusting hoe. Good. A breath hitches in his throat when Child slams his hips down harder. Good. His body flails underneath Child as another orgasm sends him into another mind-breaking loop, making him shriek and scream obscenities of his horrid state to satisfy Child. Gosh, he was so messed up. Another one? Dang! What? Wow. This time, Scaramouche is on top, riding Child. He likes this. From here, he can indulge in the view of Child's abs and his face, watching him as he squeezes his dong with his hole. Though, it is no easy feat as his hair covers his eyesight. He couldn't care to move it. It was going to get ruined regardless. When he goes up on his dong, Child holds onto his elbows to pull him down. It was deeper. He could actually feel him go all the way to the base of his dong. What he loved the most was that he could control the tempo here, and it was so easy for Child to slam him down on his dong. punching out moans from Scaramouche's lungs. Does it feel good? Scaramouche breathes out. He says it like child's pleasure is the only thing that matters. And it was. Scaro's thinking right. Everything he does, to how he rides Child, bends his body into unfathomable lengths, to how he degrades himself, is all for Child. Do him more, Child, pummel him. Child's eyelids flutter. Heck yeah, holy shit. The grip around his arms tightens. It simmers because of the last few rounds that left bruises and red all over him. Want it all inside me. Scaramouche's hips slap down. Want to be full of your stuff. You horse. Wow. Oh shoot. Hold on a second. I gotta take this call. Okay, I'm back. I'm going on break real quick, like 2 minutes. Be right back. Okay. Let me get my dramatic voice back on. Drama mode. Drama mode. Child swears under his breath. His arms, chest, and back were covered in claw marks and hickeys. They both looked like they went through hell and back, but it felt like heaven the entire way. Fudge, he was already full, especially with how Child's dong filled him to the brim. But his hazy mind told him to keep going. Child knits his brow as he keens. Skipping over that. Scaramouche is so delirious that he doesn't feel an ounce of shame for how desperate his squeals are. Yeah, senpai, you need to be senpai! Just joking. Your back scared me. I'm just listening to music. Sorry. Child's hands fly down to Scaramouche's hips. Scaramouche yelps as Child takes control, his hoarse voice grunting out obscene words as he dives his hips up with reckless abandon. What does that phrase? I've heard that phrase before. I swear I've heard this phrase so many times. Like, what does it even mean? His hands lurch forward on the latter's shoulders to gain balance. Wait, what's happening? Child always took good care of him, even when he uses his body and calls him a stupid hoe. He felt so safe to be in his arms. He wanted to be good for him, so good for him. Scaramouche is thinking the right thing. He looks back, watching Child thrust up into his hole, and how his hips stutter as he gets closer. It was violent, and his limp body bounces against Child's. Scaramouche feels himself reach his climax again. He came so much that the only thing that comes out are weak spurts of white. His arms wrap around Child's neck, and he presses his cheek against his damp hair, breathing in Child's scent, laden with sweat and shampoo. It tingles all over his body, making him curl around Child tighter. The spasm streaming through his body caused him to involuntarily clench around Child. It was a vice grip that sent Child to his umpteenth orgasm. Holy fudge! Scaramouche bites his lip and shuts his eyes closed to savor the loud groans in his ear. His cheek mushed against Child's head, feeling too light to lift his own head up on his own. Once Child finishes, Scaramouche tilts his head to brush the wet strands of hair slicked onto his face. He giggles at the sight of Child being so frazzled. "Are you tired?" he whispers. Even the fact of raising his voice was exhausting. Hearing his own voice at such low volume makes him think for a brief second just how loud he was moments before. Yeah, it was definitely getting some noise complaints. Child just closes his eyes and nods, letting out an airy laugh. The hands around his hips travel up, and thick arms come around to hug Scaramouche's tiny waist. He felt so warm. Scaramouche cards his hands through Child's hair. "Are you tired of me?" "Not at all," Child heaves. "But I need a break." Scaramouche cackles and holds up one finger. Fine. 1 minute." Child whines and tucks Scaramouche's daunting, ever so scary index finger into his fist. "No, seriously, I am so tired." Fine, Scaramouche teases. He holds down the temptation to say 2 minutes. Now that he mentioned it, he was starting to feel the past hour catch up to him. He even tests himself by lifting his limp arm and watches as it flops against Child's chest. He snorts. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Scaramouche nuzzles his head into the junction of Child's shoulders and neck. You can pull out now. When Child does, their groans are in sync. His hole winks from the loss. He pats around for the abandoned towel to clean up the mess dripping from down his hole. When his hands can't find the towel, he lifts his head up. Just then, he finally notices the chaos around him. Fitted sheets lie helplessly open on the mattress. Ooh. New Genshin leaks. But anyways, fitted sheets lie helplessly open on the mattress. A few plushies, specifically Mr. Hopper and and Foxer, are on the floor, and there's a blanket draped over the edge, pulling at the bottom of the bed. Lastly, the lube bottle they used was accidentally left open, spilling onto the sheet. He groans. They were gonna have to clean all this up as well, huh? He grabs the towel, which was shoveled in the corner, and picks up the messy lube bottle. Luckily, there was still lube left inside. How much longer we got? Oh, we're almost at the end. How long is chapter 3? Which I'm not reading today, I don't think. Sheesh. Wow. Where was I at? Oh my god, don't tell me I lost my place. Where was I? Oh, here we are. Hey, turns out the towel wasn't completely useless. Child deadpans him before rolling his eyes and taking the towel from Scaramouche's hands to clean up the mess. He even passed it around their stomachs where the cum had smeared. It wasn't much, but it would make it easier for later. Scaramouche sighs with content as he feels himself melt against Child's warm body. It was like the weight of all his orgasms were finally crashing down on him. Oh, what happened? Oh, you mean the leaks? Changes to the artifacts. Looks like more artifact boxes. I've never really used those. Something about saving your bad artifacts or something. For artifact strong boxes. I should probably look into what those are, because I've seen them in the in-game, the crafting screen or shop or whatever, I don't know. Okay, back to this. He closes his eyes, and while he didn't intend to, his mind begins to lull itself. When Child says something, he just hums in response, and when Child asks him something, he just hums again. Whatever it was, it could wait. At some point, he stops responding. The last thing he remembers is feeling something peck him on his head. I use those always. They are so good. Really? Huh. Guess I should use them. I got a strong box coming for Heart of Depth. Oh, and Viridescent Verena. Nice. You put 3 random 5-star artifacts for an artifact set you want. Interesting. I have no idea what you just said, but it's probably because I'm tired. Okay, back to this. Scaramouche opens the door in his boxers and an oversized sweater. To anyone, it may have seemed like he was wearing nothing underneath. His hair was ruffled out in all sorts of directions, and drowsiness weighed down on his eyes. Despite rolling out of bed, he looked all types of sexy. His dryer had stopped working again, so he didn't have much clean clothes to wear. He was dependent on hanging up clothes in a clothesline for drying. However, it seemed to be working in his favor right now. Child cast his eyes away, but Scaramouche was quick to pick the look of shock on his face. He grins. Child knew better not to say anything. This wouldn't be the first time he came out like this. Perhaps Child was warming up to Scaramouche. While he only had around 2 hours of sleep, he couldn't bring himself to be grumpy and moody around his favorite delivery boy. Good morning to you too, Child. A lazy lull takes over his words. Scaramouche squints his eyes as he stretches his arms. The sweater rises up and exposes his briefs. He sighs at the relief. He peeps one eye open to see Child shifting between him and his underwear. Oh yeah, good morning. It seems like you had a nice rest. Child nods and hands the package over. Scaramouche lets out a soft, mirthful giggle. He takes the box and tosses it on the floor. Child was more important than whatever was in that box. Child widens his eyes at the reckless act, but doesn't comment on it. Really? I was practically up all night. Yes, all night. Scaramouche bit his lip as he remembered what he did all night. Dang, it had me fooled. I also didn't get a good night's rest. I have a terrible sleep schedule. Scaramouche pouts. Aw, well, it would be really bad to have you out on the road so sleep deprived. You should have called off. He was only saying that sounds somewhat considerate. Had he opened the door to someone else, he would have definitely shut the door and screamed in horror. Child just waves it off. Nah, it's fine. Especially now that I have you here. Now that was something else. Child reciprocating? He definitely needs to suck his dong. Scaramouche steps past the doorframe. What do you mean by that? Child ushers Scaramouche back to his apartment. The panic look on Child's face was priceless. He chuckles nervously. Nothing. Just stay inside. Why? You don't want anyone to see me like this? Yeah, just that. You don't own me, Child. It's fine. That was a lie. Child had a hold over him like no other. Everything he did practically revolved around him. Scaramouche cuts the distance between them. He pulls his arms to his chest, feigning innocence at his provocative act of voyeurism. Child was sweet. He really was, being so protective over him. He should just kiss him right here and now. His half-awake and drunken mind was tempting him to. Scaramouche quirks his lip up. Unless you want to. You like having this view for yourself, don't you? Scaramouche bends forward and laughs, breaking the facade for a second. Don't answer that. Scaramouche lets Child out of this one, but not at the expense of his own entertainment. I think I already know the answer anyways. Eventually he signs the clipboard, finalizing his purchase. After putting the pen... I come back and the first thing I hear is sucking dong. Oh, hi Varsky! Yeah, you missed like this long marathon section. This long marathon that they had. I read through all of that. You give the box 3 5-star artifacts, doesn't matter what it is, and it gives you one artifact in a set that you want. Ooh! I'll test that out after this reading stream. I wonder where the pineapple dip out to. Eventually he signs the clipboard, finalizing his purchase. After putting the pen back into Child's shirt pocket, his hand cups over Child's chest and then slowly slides off. When he looks up, he can see the blue in Child's eyes thin into rings. Oh, he could get used to this. Scaramouche yawns. I really need to go back to sleep now. I was having such a nice dream, too. You probably dreamed about him. Child seems to shake out of his trance. Oh, what was it about? Hate when that happens. Funny thing is, you were in it. Scaramouche brings his thumb up to his lips and bites on it. Child raises his eyebrows. Oh shit, what was I doing? Scaramouche actually didn't remember any of his dreams. They usually just disappeared right after he woke up. But that didn't matter. Call him a pathological liar, but he is willing to say anything to get Child to notice him. Now who do you think I am? I'm not the type to kiss and tell. Oops. Scaramouche puts up some act of shock, covering his mouth with his sleeves. Though the crescents that appear show everything but shame. He sways side to side. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that. If he wasn't drowsy, he probably would have run away. Even that was considered pretty frisky to him. Luck was on his side when Child eats up his words. No, go on. What happened? Child brings his forearm up against the wall, leaning in. Were they about to fuck or... Scaramouche lets out a giddy giggle from behind his sleeves. Scaramouche playfully pushes Child away. No, don't you have a job to do? Yeah, a blowjob job, his dirty mind thinks. He leaves that out. Scaramouche plays with the hem of his sweater. I need to take my nap, Child. Don't you understand? He stretches out the sentence with a sigh, almost akin to a moan. Child takes in a deep breath, trying to muster up the rest of his dignity before bowing his head. You're right. Child takes his arm off the wall. Well, good night, Scara. A kiss would be so nice. Good night, Child. Okay, author notes. What do they have to say here? I am pretty stone-faced when it comes to writing/reading smut, but even this made me curl up and cackle. I hope y'all like this. I am trying to keep a schedule of uploading every other day. I don't know if that's optimal, but I won't complain. The third chapter may come an extra day late. Just to be annoying, I'm gonna plug this in again. My Twitter is IllusoryMeadows. Please talk to me and bother me on there. I love talking to y'all about literally anything. I swear I'm nice. I literally don't care if you slide into my DMs and tell me about the most trivial thing. Okay, bum out, bye. Now see, I would talk to her, but I have bad history with like fandom writers. Jaxie knows what I'm talking about. So I'm staying away from now. I just followed one writer. Well, I don't know, this person makes a bunch of headcanons. But that's all I got in me at the moment. It was good. I had to get my sister from work. I'm just waiting for her to come out. So I decided to come back for a little bit. Oh, nice. Thanks, Farsky. I do indeed. It's cool. Don't worry. Yeah. And they do seem nice. Like I took a quick look at their Twitter and they do seem nice. But I'm staying away for now. Wish it wasn't like that. Well, it was interesting. You were here for like the whole beginning part, but then you missed the saucy bits. Like, it got really saucy. I think I'll continue with chapter 3, but only for a little bit, because this is long. And I'm not trying to be here all day. Scara. Child pets Scaramouche's head to wake the latter. He mutters some incoherent mumbling to make it apparent that he was awake. It wasn't convincing, but as his complaints were quickly followed by more drool dribbling on his chest. Each time it would pull down the divot of his chest, he would grab the dirty towel and wipe it off. So much for a shower. Child checked Scaramouche's phone that was on the nightstand. A picture of a stray cat, presumably Scaramouche's hand doing a peace sign next to it, flickered in his face. The bright light makes Child squint, and through the sliver of his eyelids, he faintly reads the time. Approximately 20 minutes had passed. Child shuts it off and looks back at the room. He must have grown at the sight. Man, he messed him up so bad, put the boy to sleep. The room was in a sorry state. It was as if a tornado ran through it. He can't recall if the room was messy before they started, but clothes scattered the floor. The crinkled sheets certainly needed a wash, and he could have sworn the bed felt slanted. Everything around him during the moment didn't exist, but now every little thing that seemed out of place shouted at him, driving that clarity into his head like a truck. He was probably going to be the one cleaning it all up, considering how Scaramouche insisted on sleeping. Child patted Scaramouche once more. Stop it! I'm awake! God! Scaramouche passed around for a pillow, and once a hold of one, he flopped it at Child's face. Thankfully, they didn't sleep their entire time away. The fact that they still had plenty of time meant they could stay in bed a little longer. However, the feeling of the crinkled sheets bunched under Child and the caked layer of fluids all over him was off-putting. Scaramouche, on the other hand, seemed rather quaint, laying in their filth. Well, he is a hoe, so hoe begets hoe behavior. Child lifts his body up and supports it by perching his elbows behind him. Even the slow ascension of his body makes his mind twist and turn. Child blinks it away. If only he could blink away the soreness that ached his body. If that doesn't scream good time, I don't know what does. What are you doing? Scaramouche mumbles. He curls up even more, as if it would prolong his peace. It doesn't. Child peels Scaramouche's arms off him. Cleaning up. Just do it later. Stay here with me. Scaramouche leeches himself back onto Child's arm. He nuzzles his cheek against it. It was very tempting. Oh, he's acting all needy and clingy. Come on. Child pulls himself up and drags Scaramouche. Scaramouche grunts. Each pull makes him whine as if pulling a string from a toy with a voice box, drawing out repetitive sounds. Scaramouche hugs his arm tighter. Stop it! Scaramouche's light build wasn't enough to anchor Child to the bed. Cleaning up wasn't too difficult. The old sheets and dirty towel were thrown into the water. The bed getting a new set of sheets. Scaramouche woos Child as he lifts the mattress to pull up the fitted sheet underneath. He claims it was moral support. They also got a clean rag and ran it over their bodies to clean up the dried mess. Scaramouche takes Child's, well, actually his own, red sweater off the floor and slips it on. He says that Child was going to have to take it off him if he wanted it back. So he was rather disappointed when Child picked up a random gray sweater and slid it on. Child, come help me pick. Scaramouche hit his Child with his hand to come to his dresser. He sat on the edge as Scaramouche pulled out the drawer. On one side, there were boxers in dove colors. On the other, there were a small assortment of panties. It was quite clear Scaramouche wanted him to pay attention to the latter side. Child goes through each one, inspecting each detail of the panties. He holds up each one next to Scaramouche's frame. He could see the appeal of dress-up games. The tiny, thin fabric of each one felt so dainty in his hands. A blush creeps up on his face. He was being so serious about this. I think... Child finally holds up a red lace underwear with small ruffles on the edges and a pink bow on top. This one. I'm gonna go get my mail. I'll be back. Oh, okay. In that case, I'll take a break. Wait, why is there 3 viewers? Who's the extra viewer? I thought I deleted that link. I was sworn I deleted that link. Yeah, I'll continue, I guess. Okay. When Scaramouche puts it on, he makes sure to make a show of it. Maybe I should go on break. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go on a break because I need to eat anyway. This food's been sitting here. So, 5-minute break. mind. The mailman is there right now. Oh, so your stuff wasn't there? I took a break to finish my food while you were gone. Okay, back to this. When Scaramouche puts it on, he makes sure to make a show of it. He bends over in front of the child and pulls up the panties, arching his back as he rises up. When it comes to his hips, Scaramouche looks back and pulls the lace, and then snaps the lace against his skin. Child can believe putting on clothes can be so sexual. Scaramouche takes note of how Child looks at him. He purrs. I can't tell if he wanted on or off. It was true that Scaramouche looked ravaging, especially with the hickeys and marks adorning his thighs and neck. There wasn't much left to the imagination. At the same time, the red sweater swamped his figure, accentuating his already small frame. Plus, the sweater cascaded over his crotch, making the scanty underwear practically unnoticeable. It's cute, keep it on. Cute? Yeah. Child runs his hands down Scaramouche's sweater. It's cute. He left that bedroom feeling like a new man. In the bathroom, he gripped the counter and stared at himself in the mirror. It was like he lost his virginity for the second time. His neck surprisingly didn't have too many marks, but as for his chest and back, that was a whole different story. He pushes himself off and shoots finger guns at himself in the mirror. Nice. But then, immediate embarrassment settles in. A sigh limped out as he dug his heels into his eye sockets. Not out of disappointment or anger towards anyone, but disbelief. That seriously happened. All the things they did, and all the things he said. He hisses to himself. It was pretty painful to think about. Though another thing was on his mind was how awkward it was going to be after he walked out of this bathroom. Only 3 hours left. What was there left to do? What was there left of them? Dragon form? Yeah, I'm just joking. Does he just fist bump Scaramouche after everything? God, he can already imagine the disdain. This is exactly what he feared would happen. Well, gotta go. See ya. Bye, Farsky. And yep, I'm leaving. Ooh, hopefully you get your stuff. Wait, what did you order? Aren't you supposed to be on like a break from ordering stuff? Didn't you put it in the server? Well, yeah, I did drop a link there, but I also dropped a link on Twitter for like 5 minutes. I don't think anyone could grab it that quick. We are just gonna pretend that everything is chill. Got it? He points to himself in the mirror, yet even his reflections seem to waver. He tries to loosen his body, shift his weight on each hip, enact what he would look like in front of Scaramouche once he steps out. However, in every possible way, he looked stupid. Pretty freaking stupid. Scaramouche had a wide assortment of Inazuma snacks in his pantry. Colorful arrays of packages with cute cartoons holding the flavor of the snacks in their hands filled the space. Some of it was in Inazuman script, which was hard to read, but the cartoons on the bag made it easy to differentiate and tell what was in each bag. One in particular had an Oni holding up a beaten block of cheese in triumph. He snarfs at it, but takes it with him. Got a lot of snacks, Child comments as he stuffs his face with the chips. It was sweeter than the chips in Snezhnaya, but overall tasty. He can understand the attachment to the snacks. Technically, Scaramouche just ordered all those snacks so he could see them. Scaramouche went through the fridge like a raccoon, slouching as he shuffled through to find a snack for himself. He will pick something up, shake his head before putting it back. Oh, Child finally remembers. He slides the chip back onto the counter and dusts his hands. Want me to make you something? Scaramouche just grunts and waves his hand dismissively. Instead of enjoying a free meal, he just grabs a whipped cream canister. With it, he shakes it and sprays whipped cream in his mouth. Child blinks. When Scaramouche catches him staring, he nonchalantly lifts up the whipped cream can towards him, as if he wanted some as well. Seriously? Scaramouche swallows the whipped cream and shrugs. I mean, it's sweet. He pumps another dollop of whipped cream in his mouth. The sight in front of him made him suck in a breath. It wasn't a big deal, no. Scaramouche wasn't doing anything extraordinary at all. Except that was the thing. He wasn't. He looked so gorgeous. Slopped over, messy hair, with a loose sweater in front of a fridge. It was him in his natural state. It was far from the Scaramouche that would have sexual innuendos up his sleeve. This one felt comfortable. He lived in with the space molded by him. What did Scaramouche look like on days Child wasn't here? Did he look just like this? Will he get to see him like this more often after this? What? Are you good? Scaramouche arches a brow at Child. Only then does he realize the heat growing on his cheeks, staring at him with no explanation. Oh, Child puts a hand on the counter and leans on it. Nothing. Of course, when Child was finally ready to let go of it all, Scaramouche squinted his eyes at him. And an eerie telltale smile starts to lift in the corner of his mouth. He instantly straightens his back. Scaramouche kicked the fridge door closed behind him. The racks and the items on the fridge shake from the recoil. He slowly walks toward Child. Child doesn't back away, but he leaves his steak at the counter. He never thought someone could look so menacing with a can of whipped cream in their hand. What you thinking about? Scaramouche muses. The relaxed curves of his shoulders now radiated something far more suggestive. The fact that I envisioned a future with you in a split second just because you slouched over a fridge? He had no reason to answer that in his head. He couldn't take back that thought now, no matter how many times he tries to mentally correct himself. Scaramouche had practically sunken his nails on his body and now mind. Perhaps he could read it too. Okay, let me see. I haven't ordered anything. I'm waiting for my appeal letter thing back. Oh, hopefully that works out for you. I hope it works out. Do you always play that dumb act whenever you have some horny thought in your head? Thought we were past that by now. Child snaps out his thoughts and shakes his head. No. What did you think I was doing? Scaramouche opens his mouth agape, almost as if Child said some heinous thing. Oh, wow. Want me to say it for you? All the nasty thoughts you have been thinking? There were really only two options. They were both deplorable, and Child already shot one down already shot down the idea of being honest. What he needs is to chill. Go with the vibe. Avoid anything to avoid awkward tension that he warned him to himself in the mirror. He has been able to keep quiet about his own thoughts about Scaramouche pretty well, and he will continue to keep quiet about that now. Child bends his head down and huffs out his nose. He channels that inner deviant in his mind and tosses those sappy thoughts away for later. No, be sappy. Child leans his head over Scaramouche, tipping his head. Yeah, say it. The act seems to convince Scaramouche as he bites the inside of his cheek and tilts his head away from Child. It was a perfect angle to lock their lips together. Don't know. Like, you wouldn't know what they say about show versus tell, right? Okay, I'm gonna go look again now. Okay. Where was I? Where was I? A sharp hiss and spray of whipped cream spurts across his face with such velocity that Child winces. He chokes at the sudden surprise. Scaramouche stumbles back, roaring with laughter. Scaramouche covers his face as his laugh widens. Scaramouche covers his face as his laugh widens your face. God, you're such an idiot. He really should have expected that. Child slid the cream off his face and into the palm of his hand. A sticky residue covered his face from where the cream was. Child hooks his tongue in his mouth as he narrows his eyes at Scaramouche, who was mocking him. No matter who Scaramouche was, he was never one to back down from a fight. Gosh, I really want to know who that other viewer is. Hopefully you're not from Twitter. Hopefully I delete that link fast enough. As Child edged closer to him, hand full of cream and intent, Scaramouche backed away, still full of glee. Don't, I swear, don't. Oh, the begs and pleas of mercy. Child grabs Scaramouche and smothers his face with cream. Upon the kitchen floor, they fight for their lives with whipped cream in their underwear. The cream got all over their clothes, staining the material with darkened, moist patches and puffs of whip. It even got on the floor, making them slip and tumble as they wrestled. Even with the can, now slick with his own contents, clanked against the floor. Hold on a second. Oh, welcome back. No letter? But some of my pins I ordered a while ago came in finally. Nice! Which pins were those? Because I forgot. Where was I? Just like how they fought on the couch, Scaramouche was agile while Child relied on strength. However, Scaramouche's swift movements seemed more suitable on this slippery battlefield. Among all the chaos, every time Child pressed his body against Scaramouche, or when Scaramouche peeked his tongue out to lick the cream from his face, All he could think was how badly he wanted to see Scaramouche dripping with white cream all over, to feel the same twisted satisfaction as seeing him covered in filth. It was easy for his mind to fill in the spaces. Child pulls up the hem of Scaramouche's sweater up to his neck, causing Scaramouche to squeal from the sudden air hitting his chest. Upon the smooth expanse of his touch, Child unloads the cream onto his nip-nips. And then he makes one long line from his chest to just above his panties. He latches his mouth onto his nip-nip and swirls his tongue around it, lapping the sweet cream from his chest. It causes Scaramouche to writhe in his gasp. Oh my god! Both of his hands were planted next to Scaramouche's waist as he slithers his tongue down. In his path, small wisps of cream littered his body. Lowering his tongue further down causes Scaramouche to twist his hips. I didn't tell you about them. I ordered them from AliExpress. They're child prints from my Eda bag. Did you order that like before I put you on buying restrictions or after? Jaxie? Nip nips. Why is the word nip nips censored? I noticed your comment didn't show up. Oh, wait. It just came to me. I wonder what happens. I wonder. Yay! You have god powers now. You are now a moderator. I have now given you god privileges for the chat. It's something I've given to like everybody who's like my very first supporters. So that's you, Pineapple, and Farsky. You got god privileges. How come it's not showing up with your name? Okay, it says you're a moderator. Yay, you now have god privileges. Oh shoot. Here we are. What's god powers? It means you get a cool thing next to your name. Yeah, see? What does that do? Oh, it basically just means you can it just basically means you can like moderate the chat, but I call it god powers because like not everyone can become a moderator. So I save it for my most favorite supporters. I'm a mod. Yeah! You have god powers! Oh shoot, I didn't invite you to my streaming server, did I? I should do that too. Give you god powers there. Okay, back to this. I'm special. Yup! You certainly are. I'm such a favorite supporter. Yep. I wish I could give you like more like than just that. But that's all they have. Modding is the only thing I can do to show how much I value your support and your friendship. Scaramouche was bound to be under him like this over and over. It was a mistake to let your enemy know all your weaknesses. Shoot, you're a freak. Scaramouche pants in awe. Child looks up through his eyelashes at Scaramouche as he hooks his fingers around his panties and slides it down his legs. 3 more hours to do whatever they want. He reminds himself as he tosses the panties into the corner of the room With that in mind, he was going to take every opportunity to make it worthwhile. He grabs the whipped cream again, this time swirling the cream around Scaramouche's half-hard dong. Ding dong. He uses the cream as lube as he jerks his ding-a-ling. Ding dong. The sound of Scaramouche's moans bless him with each languid movement of his hand. God, this is so gross. Scaramouche laughs. His judgment doesn't weigh much as his ding-dong hardens and his hips attempt to synchronize with the movement of child's fist. Whipped cream is fun to write. We just... I did not almost just say that. You know, let me type that out. Not you about to say it, I'm crying. I almost. Oh my god. The child coos, quickening his pace. Come on, Scara, you knew this was gonna happen and you love it. He doesn't deny it. Instead, he's often to throw his neck back and moan. The cream froths up at the base of the tip of Scaramouche's dong, creating obscene wet noises. Scaramouche whines as he rips his sweater off, finally free from the suffocating heat and uncomfortable fabric. He completely submerged himself in the dirtiness of it all, making it more erotic. What a dirty little hoe. Child sprays whipped cream over Scaramouche's dong again, before going in and wrapping his mouth around it. Wow! The wet heat of his mouth makes Scaramouche's thighs clap around his face. That's a wow. And hands fly to his messy hair. Oh, don't break his head. His head bobs up and down while savoring the flavor of the cream. He wraps his hand around Scaramouche's thighs. When Scaramouche tips his chin down to look, the child stares back up, glossing over his blue eyes. The sight makes Scaramouche keen and bite his lips. Scaramouche looked so pretty, though he could be a little biased, as noted from his dong in his mouth. The whipped cream stuck to his hair and face, and hickeys covering his neck did nothing to mar the view. If anything, he looked exactly how he was supposed to. One indulgent slut who gets off on anything and everything. He hollows his cheeks, pushing his head even deeper to please him. He wanted to see his face twist even more. Any chance to watch Scaramouche come undone, he will take it. Hello again. Oh, hi, Bucky. Was that you who has been here the whole time? Like, I thought it was someone from Twitter. Only one home? Huh? What do you mean? I was wondering where you were. Like, I was wondering, cause you usually drop by. Oh, it's 3 viewers. So who's that extra person? I guess it's someone from Twitter who caught the link before I deleted it. Oops. I just got here. Yeah, I can see that now. Okay. I can't imagine you reading this with your mom on the other side of the door. Oh, trust me, she's not. She's downstairs. That's the only reason why I'm able to read this now. Only reason. Once she comes up, I am switching over to Genshin or something else. No way I would read this with her next door. I would have to keep my voice all low, and I wouldn't be able to do my dramatic voice. Okay. Okay, dramatic voice back on. Scaramouche grabs the can and starts spraying even more cream across his own stomach. When a pile of it builds up, he runs his hands through it, spreading the cream all over his body. Oh wow. Feels so good. Scaramouche runs his tongue across his coated fingers. Tastes so good. The perfect mix of sweet and spicy. His favorite. Scaramouche runs his messy hands over a child's hair. It was so gross, but it made it all so much more hot. Child's eyes flutter with want. It was as if the whipped cream was an aphrodisiac. He wanted to be just as dirty as Scaramouche. Let him take him over and over with sinful thoughts and whipped cream. Your keyboard smashing over there, Ajax? He lets go of one thigh to drip his own fingers into a pool of whipped cream on Scaramouche's body and inserts it into his hole. Scaramouche's body jolts. It was a miracle he didn't rip his hair out of his head. Fudge! A feeling of triumph runs through seeing Scaramouche lose his voice over some fingers. Even with a mouth around his... Wait, how he even doing that? So wait. He got his mouth on his ding dong. And he... Huh? Wow, okay. Even with a mouth around his dong, it was so painfully obvious how much Scaramouche preferred being fudged with his hole. Scaramouche rolls his hips up into the child's mouth and down on his fingers. And Scaramouche rambles so loud. Seeing Scaramouche spiral out of his mind for something as gross as slathering whipped cream all over his body continued to feed his mind with more dirty thoughts. Perhaps she would let him enact more of his own fantasies onto him. What would that entail? Maybe he would pick him up and F him on the counter. Watch his body slide up and down as the whipped cream provides a perfect slick against the surface. Or, better yet, empty the ball of whipped cream in his booty and watch it fall out from his hole. My choice of censor words is so funny. Wait, do what with the whipped cream? Ooh. Wow. presses his nose against Scaramouche's stomach as he deep throats his dong, running his tongue across his length. He was so hungry for all of it. He was gonna drink Scaramouche over and over and take every last drop. I could in his booty. I know I could. My choice of censor words. Oh my gosh. I could have just said but I didn't want to. Use it as lube. I don't even know if that's even like possible. I'm doing my eat a bag right now. Redoing it. Have fun! Realistically, would whipped cream work as lube? I don't know. I need to Google that. Let me check Reddit. Whipped cream makes good lube. Coconut oil based one. Less sticky and more oily. I'm glad I have NSFW filter on Reddit. How to lube cracker O-ring. What is that? Whipped cream and food play questions. Here we are. Hello everyone. My girlfriend and I are thinking about adding whipped cream into the mix of things for some added fun. Can anyone give me some suggestions on some things to do with whipped cream? Maybe where to spray it, what kind to use, what kind of games can we play? I was also thinking about throwing a blindfold into the mix as well. Should we use some of the other foods like chocolate syrup as well? Ooh, strawberry syrup. What have all of you on here done? Use peanut butter and jelly. Don't, it gets warm and melty, and you will never be able to lick it all off. It soon starts to smell of baby spit up really gross. I would suggest something like chocolate syrup. Not that I have tried. Whipping cream for us just turns off the whole food thing. Let me check another site. What desserts whipped cream flavored lube? Ugh. Does whipped cream work as lube? Your JJ doesn't need a whipped cream fix, so save it for your Sundays instead. When having fun and being creative in bed, it can lead to melted chocolate and whipped cream, which can get sticky and find their way into your private area. You should never use these things as lube, according to Ginos. Well, no, we don't care. We aren't ladies. Okay, let me just see. Let's see. Using whipped cream as lube poses a risk if it gets inside your vajayjay. Any products with sugar in them can throw off the pH balance. We aren't ladies here. How to use whipped cream during sex like Varsity Blues. Covering your naked body with whipped cream is an obvious first move, but you can be more creative than just, oh, let's see. We don't care, we aren't ladies. Well, I guess people have done it before. Okay, let me read through this site, but let me take it off. Hide it. Let me hide it just in case I got any saucy pictures. Cause this site isn't Reddit. That's a somewhat saucy picture. It's a slideshow? No, I don't want a slideshow. Give me the whole thing. Oh my god, I hate when sites do. Oh, here we are. See all slides? No. Let's just. Okay. Okay, this looks safe so far. Okay, creative whipped cream things to do. So it leads to mouth sexy time. Covering your naked body with whipped cream is an obvious first move, but you can be more creative than just drawing a bikini. Squeeze a line of whipped cream from your partner's nip-nips to their genitals, or close to them, and use it as an appetizer for mouth sex. It'll giving. Okay, way sweeter. Okay, that's cool. Sit on it. To the uninitiated, splashing is sensation play. Oh, sensation play involving food. Sensation play? What is that? Wait, what is that? Yeah, maybe I'm gonna not open that tab. Something new I can try out for writing? Erotic sensation play is a class of activities meant to impart physical sensations upon a partner. Oh, like when you put a feather to someone. As opposed to mental forms of erotic play such as power exchange or sexual role-playing, sensation play can be sensual, where the sensations are generally pleasing and light. Splashing is sensation play involving food, often involving cakes and soft desserts with different textures. Splashing is technically a subcategory of the kink wet and messy play. So the point of it is to, make a mess. If you're into the idea, squirt some on a cleanable surface and sit on it with a bare bottom. You might be taken by the sensations, or you might end up wasting a bunch of whipped cream. It's the feeling. Steer clear of the JJs. If you or your partner has a JJ, be extra careful about the cream getting inside. Sugar in direct contact with yeah. Boys, it's safe to go in the hole. Like, we don't care about lady bits. Nip play. Nip-nips have hundreds of nerve endings, making them super sensitive to yeah. Then use a range of sucking, licking, and nibbling to get it off. Don't stop there though. Using your breath and tongue will add a unique breezy sensation. Chill it. During temperature play. Oh, I've heard of that. Well, not exactly. Everything feels more intense because your nerve endings are essentially fired up. If you can, chill your whipped cream so it pipes out extra cool on your partner's skin. Or, if you got the extra mile, and used homemade whipped cream, try freezing it and scooping out frozen chunks to melt on your partner. Emphasize the whip. Get it? Whipped cream. If you and your partner consent to impact play, you might want to. What the heck is impact play? What is that? You might want to add a whip to your usual sex routine. Use a proper BDSM whip if you have one. Oh, so that's what that is. Or consider a silicone spatula. Huh? If you're having sex in the kitchen anyways. Huh? Okay. Back to the fic. Okay. I'm watching the birth of Rin's new fetish, ain't I? Food play. Nah, it's nothing new. I've always wanted to try it in writing. Yeah, always. I even like wrote something about it like years back, but whoo, that was some terrible writing. But it was nasty. It was nasty because like I didn't know how to write back then. Okay, back to the thick. I feel like I did that last sentence cruelly. I need to do that sentence better justice. So loud, seeing Scaramouche spiral out of his mind from something as gross as slathering whipped cream over his body and continued to feed his mind with more dirty thoughts. Perhaps he would let him enact more of his fantasies onto him. What would that entail? Maybe he could pick him up and mess him up on the counter. Watch his body slide up and down as the whipped cream provides the perfect slick against the surface. Or better yet, empty the bottle of whipped cream in his butt and watch it flow out from his hole. He pressed his nose against Scaramouche's stomach as he deep throats his dong, running his tongue along his length. He was so hungry from all of it. He was going to drink Scaramouche over and over and take every last drop. Nasty as in bad or nasty as in unhygienic? Unhygienic. But you know, that's just the nature of when you're of like poor writing. He feels his hold tighten around his fingers as Scaramouche whines. Scaramouche arches his back off the floor as his moans thin into high-pitched whines. His hold clenches around Child's fingers, and his dong throbs inside Child's mouth. Legs stretched against the floor as Scaramouche's orgasm flooded his body, as if his body couldn't withstand it. His white stuff splashes across his tongue. Before he could swallow it, a better idea flashes into his mind. They gonna share? With the leftover whipped cream slathered over his stomach, Child scooped the cream into his mouth, mixing the semen and cream together. Child grabs onto Scaramouche's arm, and with one pull, brings him into his lap. Child raises up and grabs the nape of Scaramouche's neck to kiss him. He lifts Scaramouche's butt up to his lap to straddle him. Child's tongue delves deep into his mouth, effectively cutting him off. Wait. Yeah. He pulls Scaramouche's mouth closer while pushing in deeper. The latter tries to push Child off, but all it takes to tame him is to tighten his grip. They both could barely breathe. Only small windows of opportunity to catch their breath as Child continues his assault. The cream and semen mix together within their mouths. They push the liquid back and forth and it drips down their chin as they continue. This reminds me of that other fic I read that I was reading on stream. The very first one I read on stream. I'm sure Bucky remembers. There was this one where Scaramouche was at this party and Child had spat some back in his mouth and I wonder, is that fic updated? Like a tentacle, his tongue swirls invasively in his mouth. Scaramouche can't fight back and eventually goes limp in those strong arms. All he can do is follow the violent surge of Child's tongue in his mouth. Could this even be considered kissing? This felt entirely too erotic to be so. It seemed more like he was effing Scaramouche's mouth with his tongue. The shorter male's body sunk in his grasp, as if melting like a candle to the hot friction of their lips clashing. With how intense it was, Child swears he could come on the spot. He continues to thrust his tongue deeper inside, forcing Scaramouche to taste his own white stuff. Each moan tells him that he loves the taste. Their tongues rolled over each other even after the white stuff and whipped cream had melted and been swallowed. Child was to press deeper. Inhale, Scaramouche. His mind was so light from the restricted air, making his mind swirl. Are they choking each other or something? Finally, their lips part with Scaramouche's Scaramouche sliding Child's sweater off. With their bodies pressed together, the cream on Scaramouche's chest transfers to his own. Lay back down, labored breast cloud Scaramouche's whispered words. With him finally taking control, Child is filled with uncertainty and excitement. He lays back on the messy kitchen floor. Isn't that cold? It being entirely uncomfortable, but with Scaramouche on top of him, it was the last thing on his mind. Scaramouche slides down his body, letting his lips graze against skin, and his hands wander his body. Child squeezes his eyes and groans when he feels Scaramouche starting to suck his skin. His tongue licks the skin, savoring the flavor of the cream. I've always wanted to do this, Scaramouche purrs. He lets his tongue run up his abs, going across each groove. In his path, he sucks the spots where the cream has landed. He even bites, his teeth leaving marks around each red mark. And Child would be lying if he said it didn't feel amazing. When he reaches Child's nip-nips, he circles his tongue around it. Child bites back a moan. Scaramouche was just as eager to take him, savor every inch of his body. The slick motion of his tongue circling such sensitive nerves makes him squirm. Noticing this, Scaramouche places a hand on his other pack. It didn't calm him. If anything, it was making the excitement in his core pulsate. He gulps and lets out a long sigh at the sensation. How come you're not using your new model? Oh, because it's a Genshin type related thing. Plus, I just like using the Scaramouche model. Rin is taking a break. Wait, do Genshin characters canonically have nipples? Yeah, since they're human. Yup. Oh, my mom is coming up the stairs. Okay, well, it's time to say goodbye to the fic. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Well, the fic was getting to it looks like the fic is going out of the dirty territory. I would continue, but let's see. I feel like I should continue. Oh my god, that's a lot. Oh my god, this is at least another 30 minutes, is it? Yeah. Oh my god, how long is this? Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna continue. And then after, I guess I'll read OC material, I guess. Because it's been a while. I'll switch the model. I know it's been a while since I've read any. Okay. Child bites back a moan. Scaramouche was eager to take him, savor every inch of his body. The slick motion of his tongue circling such sensitive nerves makes him squirm. Noticing this, Scaramouche places a hand on his other peck. It didn't calm him. If anything, it was making the excitement in his core pulsate. He gulps and lets out a long sigh at the sensation. Ring, ring. Child's head shoots up towards the sound. His phone on the counter. He could feel a pitfall in his stomach as the ringing continued. Scaramouche didn't seem bothered. Ring, ring. Scaramouche comes up and mouths along his cheek. Ignore it. Child is almost tempted to turn his head and meet his lips, but the ringing mocks him. He just knows what is to come if he doesn't answer. He groans and gently nudges Scaramouche off his lap to get his phone. Ugh, you're lame. It was just as he feared. The contact picture of his mother flashed on his phone. And what made it even worse was that it was a video call. How was he going to explain the random white stuff in his hair? He sighs and pinches his nose bridge. It's my mom. Sorry, Child wipes the cream off his hair and face as much as he can and rounds around the counter island to face away from the kitchen. If his mother even had a single glance at the kitchen floor, she would definitely go into cardiac arrest. Scaramouche just rolls his eyes and watches him as he waits on the floor. Child presses the call button. Hey Jax, where are you? I thought you were going to be home several hours ago. I've been texting you over and over. Child doesn't say anything as his mother continues to vent her worries across the phone. Behind the kitchen counter, Scaramouche could hear snickering. You knew the blizzard was going to get worse, but you still went. Why did you go? You made me worried sick. I am fine, Mother. The truck just died, but I am fine. Child waves his hand to call his mother. Please don't worry. How is everyone at home? His mother lets out an exasperated sigh, but her voice cools down. They are fine, but I'm worried about you. Where are you? Child braces one hand on the counter, looking over at Scaramouche, who was finding too much fun in watching him get talked down by his mother. Too much, in fact. He starts running his hands down his messy stomach. A smile slowly creeps on Scaramouche's face as the distance between his legs widen, spreading his legs and giving Child a show. That's funny. He's teasing him while he's on the phone with his family. With a friend, he peeps. Child grips the counter when Scaramouche stares up at... Child grips the counter as Scaramouche stares up at him with round eyes. As he starts sucking on his fingers, the view of the drag of his tongue slithering around each digit makes his knuckles turn white. A friend? Where? Since when? Well, that was kind of hard to explain. He couldn't answer that honestly, even if he could. Child droned out and hoped that his mind would come up with some good explanation in time. Scaramouche gathers cream from his body. His eyes follow as the former's hands trail lower. His eyes follow as the former's hands trail to his entrance. He gulps when he slips 3 fingers inside. Scaramouche bit his lip as he slowly pushed them in and out. It wouldn't have been enough to please him, but it was clear enough Scaramouche wasn't getting off to fingering himself, but the fact that he was doing it in front of Child, who couldn't do anything but gawk. That's right, Scara, tease him. That's how you do it. Well, you know, Child shrugs, trying his best to ignore Scaramouche. I made a lot of people on my route, you know? And my good friend was willing to let me stay up, stay until help came. His eyes dart between the camera and the show in front of him. Scaramouche speeds up his fingers and the sounds of the cream squelching around him, his hole, became louder. He flutters his lashes at Child and whimpers, as if begging for Child to come back and mess with him. And F him. Child coughs to cover up. His mother doesn't seem convinced, despite seeing the background of Scaramouche's living room. Well, can I see them? Old elderly people. It's funny. Both of their eyes widened. Whatever amusement Scaramouche harbored vanished, and panic took over. He was naked, sitting in practically a puddle of whipped cream, covered in revolting amounts of different fluids, and knuckles deep in his hole. As frustrating as Scaramouche was, Child didn't want to make him stop. He especially didn't want to make his mother see him in such a disgraceful state. He stumbles. Mom, I'm 22. I'm old enough to, well, you don't need to. Where are they? Are they not with you? Scaramouche snatched the towel hanging on his oven and began cleaning his body. You can't see them right now. His mother arches a brow. Wait, why? Scaramouche almost slips trying to get up to his feet. It's because they are in the bathroom. Scaramouche turns on the kitchen faucet to quickly wipe the whipped cream off his face. Just wait here. Child puts the phone down and presses mute for safe measures. Scaramouche hisses. For fuck's sake, what the hell, man? Where did you put my clothes? God, do you always have to throw them all the way to Narnia? What the hell? Child searches behind the shoe rack next to his door and sees Scaramouche's shorts have fallen in between the wall and the rack. He fishes it out and tosses it in Scaramouche's face. Scaramouche grunts at the sudden panty on his face. Ugh. Scaramouche throws the sweater down over his head and practically punches his arms out the sleeves. Sorry, my mom, she's really protective. It doesn't make it any better. Scaramouche gets up to grab the phone. Hey, sorry about that. Here he is. Scaramouche was midway pulling up his panties when he took the phone from Child. Whatever disdain he had for Child seemingly drifted away once he came into camera view. Hi there, Scaramouche waves, his voice completely contrasted from the anger emitting from his words moments ago. His hands fly up to wipe any cream left in his hair, and the stains on his sweater stay beneath the camera's watchful eye. If his mom had noticed, she doesn't mention it. Oh, you must be Ajax's friend. Thank you so much for protecting him. Child wants to bury himself hearing his mother speak about him as if he were a 5-year-old lost in the mall. Scaramouche just waves it off. Oh, it's no problem. He's always welcomed here. He's always so troublesome. As a kid, he was always so troublesome as a kid. I was worried it would grow with him. You know? He always gets into so much trouble. I swear, I have to pray a little more whenever he leaves the house. His mother presses her hand against her chest, as if to calm down the clamoring beat of her heart. While finally relieved, her voice still carries concern. Mom! Scaramouche hides his laughter behind his hands, putting on some seemingly modest front. I know what you mean. He's just so big and reckless. Scaramouche bites the bend of his finger as he looks up at Child with mischievous intent. He had no shame, but Child would be lying if he said it wasn't even a little hot. He takes after his father a lot, his mother nods. Sentimental pride replaced the stress in her voice and expression. If only she knew. Child just hopes that this will end soon enough. Except, it doesn't. Mom, is that Big Brother? Can I speak to him? Child hears Sir, his little brother, speak from the phone. At any time, he would enjoy listening to his little brother's stories and ramblings. but right now was not the time. Oh, your Ajax Chooser wants to talk to you. His mother gives the phone to Chooser, who has the phone aimed right up his nostrils. As a kid, he doesn't care. He doesn't notice nor care. Child comes to snatch the phone away, but Scaramouche twists his body away. Hi. Oh, hi. Where's my brother? I'm right here too, sir. How are you? Child wrestles the phone from Scaramouche's hand. I'm good. Mom was screaming at Tonya to call Mom was screaming, and Tonya was going to call the cops. Of course. No matter how old he gets, it still feels like he will never escape the worrisome nature of his family. Child lets out a nervous laugh. Oh gosh, please don't do that. I'm safe and I'll be back soon. Are you protecting our family? Scaramouche gets on his knees on a chair next to the counter. His arms snake around his waist, lifting himself over his shoulders to peek at the camera. Child shakes his arm trying to get him off, but Scaramouche doesn't let go. Thankfully, Tootsie doesn't seem to acknowledge the intimate proximity between him and his friend. Yeah, I even killed a rat. Scaramouche twists his cheek on the camera, while Child pumps his fist. Rats in Snezhnaya were practically mutant. It was an epic achievement, a rite of passage for their family. Nice, good job, Chooser. Scaramouche contorts his face in confusion. Is that something a kid should be doing? Let's see. Actually, Chooser speaks up in a matter-of-fact tone. I am quite strong for my age. Chooser was a little cocky for his age. Having been coddled by several older siblings, he was bound to act bigger than he actually was. Scaramouche snorts. Really now? Chooser nods and starts talking about his adventures with his siblings. He speaks as though the mounds of snow in their backyard were mountains, and the fish in the lakes were giant whales that can inhale nations. As Chooser drones on about his travels, Scaramouche reaches over and grabs the camera and brings himself to it. Chooser was too absorbed in his own stories, getting caught up and stumbling on every sentence to notice. Chooser loved telling stories to new people, having an excuse to reiterate every story. Child expected Scaramouche to be a little disturbed, but now he seemed rather fond of his little brother's rambling. It was a stark contrast from the Scaramouche he knew. What? Really? Scaramouche widens his eyes as Chooser talks about how he chased a wolf away from their house. Chooser nods eagerly. Realistically, it was just a gray dog. Yeah, I didn't want to hit him, but I had my stick with me just in case. A small gray dog. Oh, wow, you're so brave. I wish Child was a bit more like you. Scaramouche tips his head up at Child, resting his face in the palm of his hand. The fat from his cheek bunches up under his eye, paired with the half-lidded eyes. Gave Child second thoughts. He couldn't tell if there were sexual innuendos in his words, or if he was just messing with him. This is such a mood switch from earlier. Chooser is so cute. I agree. This mood it really did shift. This is like the second Chiscara fic I've read where his family was in it. The first one I think was Dinner and Diatribes, but I didn't finish that one. I think it was that one. Yeah, he did look cute. It's so cute. They should in his next story quest they should introduce the rest of his family. Either way, Scaramouche knew how pretty he was, and he knew that he had an effect on Child. What are you talking about? I am brave. Child crosses his arms. Scaramouche doesn't buy it for a second. Hard to believe that from someone who came begging at my door. Okay, that has nothing to do with... What is that on your neck? Chooser squints at the camera. Scaramouche snaps his head back and chuckles nervously. He brings his hand down and rubs his neck. It's nothing, just a bug bite. If that was a bug bite named Child, then yeah, it was just a bug bite. But it looked far from a real bug bite. The hickeys boomed, coloring sides of his neck into red and purple. If any actual insect could do that, Scaramouche would have been dead by now. But Tooster doesn't know that. For all he knows, there's a giant insect invading Snezhnaya out from people's necks. Child relishes in the brief moment where Scaramouche is caught like a deer in the headlights. Nice job, Tooster. But tell me, what is your big brother like? Scaramouche switches the subject. He felt almost touched that Scaramouche wanted to know more about him, but it wasn't that difficult to sniff out that he just wanted to find more reasons to tease him. Child was about to interrupt, but Tooster was quick enough to speak up. And he was partially glad he did. Oh, he's super cool and fun to be around. I want to be just like him when I grow up. I want to help people and protect my family just like him. Aw, really? Scaramouche glances up at Child, an appreciative look on his face. It's seemingly innocent until Scaramouche cocks his head. I guess he can be fun to be around. That was definitely a sexual innuendo. Despite that, has Scaramouche ever seen Child besides from his low moments? Not really, Child recalls. There was that in-between that Scaramouche didn't know. The child that wasn't a loser, but also the child that wasn't a complete horn dog. Maybe, just like he was to him, Child was a mystery to Scaramouche, and he wanted to know more. He smiles at the thought. But he has a really messy room, and it's kind of gross. Tooster smears that entire thought. He reaches to grab his phone. Okay, Tooster, you don't need to say that. Scaramouche shoos his hand away and brings the phone closer to himself. He gasps. Really? Yeah, let me show you. Chow watches in horror as Tooster flips the camera, turns on the light, and shows his room. Clothes scattered on the floor. His trash can was filled to the rim. His desk filled with cups. Only a small space for arm room from his keyboard and mouse kept the desk somewhat tidy. He was used to the sight of his own room, but seeing it through another perspective made him realize how much of a slob he was. Okay, Child tries to compensate. In my defense, I do clean the rest of the house. I just don't have time to clean my room. Scaramouche doesn't pay attention, but instead shook with laughter. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's dirty, look. When Child does come home, he will eventually need to have a talk with Tooster and personal space. Tooster kicks the shirt on his floor, revealing another layer of clothes beneath it. This definitely wasn't Tooster's first time breaking into his room. Wow, I didn't know Child could be so dirty. Child's eye twitches. I know! He doesn't take care of himself enough. That's why Tony and Mom get so worried about him. Scaramouche turns back. Yeah, he eats gas station food for a living. I would know. Not that Tooster would understand the nutritional value between gas station food and home-cooked meals. Perhaps the coddling had rubbed off on Tooster, as Tooster and Scaramouche both took turns talking about Child and his inability to take care of himself, as if he wasn't standing right there. He couldn't bring himself to stop them, though. Even as they dragged his name through the mud, it seemed that Tooster and Scaramouche actually got along really well. Scaramouche spoke with an eccentric voice, parroting Tooster's speech patterns and emphasizing his reactions every time Tooster boasted about something. Not to think lowly of him, but Child would have never guessed Scaramouche of all people was good with kids. That's nice. That is in his lore, like that it's added here. Like his favorite types of people are kids and the elderly. So cute. Well, I'll try to take good care of Child so he can come back home safe, okay, Tooster? Scaramouche pulls Child over and gives him a squeeze. Yeah, and you should come over sometime. Child was about to turn down that offer for Scaramouche, but Scaramouche nods. Sure, I'll be down. Hopefully then, Child cleans his room. And he nudges Child in the stomach. Whatever. Mom probably needs her phone back too, sir. So I will talk to you later, okay? It's gonna be a while, but I promise I'll be home soon, okay? Scaramouche finally lets the phone slip from his fingers. Pinky promise? Was his brother really going to make him recite an entire pinky promise? Likely. He sighs as he prepares for the inevitable. He nods and brings the pinky up to the camera. Scaramouche just watches in confusion, and he probably will be more confused once they're done. Twister brings up his own pinky and starts. You make a pinky promise, you keep it all of your life. You break a pinky promise, I throw you on the ice. Oh, that is so cute. The cold will kill the pinky that once betrayed your friend. The frost will freeze your tongue off so you never lie again. That is so cute. Oh my gosh. Child ends off and bends his pinky to signify his allegiance. Twister seems content with it, showing his gummy smile. Meanwhile, Scaramouche stares at them both in horror. It kind of reminds me of this one from My Little Pony where it's like, stick a cupcake in my eye. When Child finally hangs up, he sighs in relief. He loved his family dearly, but even they can become a cock block miles and miles away. In the time that they were talking on the phone, some of the cream on the floor had dried and smeared imprints. Looking down with a more clear mind, it seems to mock Child more and more, reminding him that he would do something that gross. And that it was really hot. It was like, wow. Both of them were looking down at the mess with some amount of shame. At least he wasn't facing that humbling clarity alone. With his family fresh on his mind, it clouded his conscience even more. It was Scaramouche who finally spoke up. Not me. Scaramouche turns on his heel toward the hallway. Not so fast. Child pulls Scaramouche's wrist as he tries to walk away. His request sounded more cowardly than he had intended. Please? Realistically, Child just didn't want to do this all by himself. If he were the only one cleaning it, he would have to face the shame head on, and if Scaramouche helped, then it may alleviate some of it. Scaramouche looks at his hand and scoffs. What happened to Mama's boy that would clean after everyone? Child blushes. He kinda got him there. Just get a wet rag and clean it. If it's that simple, why can't you clean it? Because I need to wash this whipped cream out of my ass. Good point. Do you think I want to have it infected? Sheesh. Child was going to fire back and say that it wasn't his fault, but Scaramouche had already disappeared into the bathroom, leaving Child in the kitchen by himself. He uses a red rag to clean the floor, but all it does is smear the cream even more, and it would likely dry into an uncomfortable sticky residue. Why wouldn't they just be normal people and do it anywhere else? F me on every surface of this apartment till you mold me into your perfect sex doll. Child blushes at those words echo in his head again. It wasn't serious, likely just something said in the heat of the moment to get Child to fold. At the same time, though, was Scaramouche someone to just say anything and not mean it? Now is not the time to think about that, though. Going through Scaramouche's cabinets, he finds some dish soap and squirts on the floor. That'll have to do for the time being. He scrubs with the towel, making sure the water and soap froth together to loosen the sticky residue. He was scooping the soap off the floor with paper towels when Scaramouche finally came out, droplets of water dripping down his legs. Aw, so you actually did it. Thank you, Child. Scaramouche rounds the puddle and brings his arms around Child's cushioned, crouched position and his neck leaning on his body. Child twists his head to deadpan Scaramouche, though any resentment for the latter dissipate once their eyes meet. Scaramouche always has some smug look plastered on his face whenever he gets the better of Child, but at this moment, Child found it characteristically sweet. He takes his losses with Scaramouche with some amount of humiliation, but he doesn't mind accepting this one. A smile tugs on his lips. His pride won't like it, but he could get used to it. Oh, another flashback. He had a particularly big package for Scaramouche. It was several weeks after that one time, as he called it, where Scaramouche came to the door in a silk robe. After that, he had worn somewhat revealing, but not all too promiscuous clothing whenever Child came over. He was actually starting to adjust to it. The package wasn't ridiculously heavy, but rather a bunch of small things in one big box. Going up the stairs with it was a struggle, though. He may have tripped a few steps here and there. Child puts the box on the floor once he is finally in front of Scaramouche's door. Same protocol. Knock, have him sign the clipboard, maybe strike up a conversation about some mundane thing, and go. He shifts between his toes and heels as he waits for Scaramouche to answer. He scans around the hallway for nothing in particular. His head whips to the door once he hears the door unlocked. His heart practically jumped at the sound. From excitement or surprise, Child didn't know, but likely a combination of both. Scaramouche peeks his head from a small sliver of the door before opening it wide. He has a rather mischievous smile on his face. "Child, miss me?" Scaramouche teases, but that completely went over Child's head. He was completely stuck up on Scaramouche's outfit. Scaramouche always wore a rather interesting choice of clothing when answering the door. No matter how many times he has seen Scaramouche's lewd clothes, he always felt like he had a brick lodged up his throat whenever he stood in front of him. This look in particular felt really close to porn, almost audacious. Child tears his eyes away from Scaramouche's crotch, which was only dressed with dark blue boxers. His eyes crawl up the hoodie to Scaramouche's face. Scaramouche seemed rather unaffected by his clothes. He looked more interested in seeing Child's reaction. Sup. The way Child says it sounds more like a question. Hi. Scaramouche sounds expectant. He wasn't doing a he was doing a terrible job holding down his merriment from this. A flick of white cream lay next to Scaramouche's lip. "Oh, you have something here." Child makes prodding motions next to his own lip, hoping Scaramouche would mirror him. Scaramouche scrunches his eyebrow before wiping off the white stuff off the side of his lip. He laughs when he sees it. "Oh, Scaramouche peeks his tongue out, swiping it off. Eyes remain on Child the whole time. Had a Sunday. I'm a bit of a messy eater. Cute dogs, fluffy animals, cuddly things. Anything to get Child's mind out of the damn gutter." Child breathes out. "I got your package here." "I can see that." It was silent for a moment. Why wasn't he taking the package? Child nervously shifts his eyes to the side as if waiting for something to happen. His eyes whip back and he hears Scaramouche giggle. "The clipboard?" "Oh, shoot. Child forgot about that." He hands the clipboard over to Scaramouche, who has a shit-eating grin on his face. Scaramouche grabs the clipboard from Child, but maintains eye contact. Why was it awkward? Did he make it awkward? Did he smell? Child shuffles back, except Scaramouche steps forward. Child sucked in his breath as Scaramouche stepped past his doorway. Child keeps moving back. He keeps a smile on his face to keep the situation neutral and casual. It doesn't do much. When his back hits the wall, he chuckles nervously. But he doesn't stop Scaramouche from inching closer to him. What was he doing? He has no shame, walking out of his apartment with nothing but underwear and a hoodie. Child lets out a peep when Scaramouche's fingers walk up from his chest. Scaramouche watches his fingers tread up the redhead's shirt into his shirt pocket. Then he plucks the pen out from his shirt. Oh, I'm sorry, you confused me there for a second. Child shoots pointer guns at Scaramouche. Scaramouche cocks an eyebrow. What did you think I was going to do? Nothing. Child says that too fast. He was making it too easy to entertain him. He rubs the back of his neck as Scaramouche signs the clipboard, finalizing his purchase. Child looks down at the package on the floor. He tucks his chin forward toward it. So what's that? Thought it was company policy not to ask. Employee of the month. Scaramouche mocks. Child regrets bragging about that last time he came over. Scaramouche passed Child's chest as if to signify he was joking. He slips the pen back into his shirt pocket. Scaramouche still shares. It's just stuff from home. Snacks and stuff. Heh, wow. Child widens his eyes. Well, it must be a lot. It's big. Scaramouche snorts. He turns around and bends down to pick it up. Child quickly darts his head away for modesty's sake, but his eyes still creep toward the sight. Scaramouche walks back into his apartment, but not without turning back to meet Child's gaze. Yeah, guess you could say I'm a big eater. Child doesn't miss how he emphasizes the word big. Ooh, author notes! Yay, we've reached the ending. I feel like I should get an achievement for this. Oh my god. Did I really just sit here and read 3 whole chapters for 5 whole hours? I was here for 5 hours? You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Okay, author notes. Sorry I had to cut y'all off like that. I was 5 minutes in advance from being late on the updating schedule, surprisingly. But yeah, I'm trying to keep almost consistent, and it seems like I ain't doing so bad. Thank you guys for the comments, seriously, because it makes me so happy. I love you all. Nice. Okay. Well, let me give some kudos on that. I don't remember if I gave... You already left kudos here. Huh? Oh, and I thought kudos was a per chapter thing. Or should I leave a comment? Damn, homeboy got tore up. I'm not really gonna comment that. I'm not gonna. Dragon Scaramouche for chapter 5. No. No, there's no Dragon Scaramouche fanfics on here. That's you. 5 hours is a lot. It takes less time to read. How long does it take you to read? Not the homeboy got tore up. He did get tore up. I want to comment that. But I don't usually comment on fics. Maybe I'll log in. Wait, what's the login for? Shoot. I forgot what was the login for my dirty fake account. Not as long as you. I can read it in a little and tell you. I like that you're a fast reader. I want to read fast like you do. I'm gonna go find my login and like maybe comment or something. I don't know. Well, this wasn't entirely 5 hours because I did take a break. I took multiple breaks, so maybe like 4 hours and something. I can't believe I spent 5 whole hours reading a fanfic. What is wrong with me? Oh my gosh. Oh. This is not the login. I'm still trying to figure out my login. Dang. Never mind, I guess. I can't log in no more. I'm gonna go check somewhere else. You can't figure it out. Nope, I can't. I had to go and get the iPad just to find it. Finally. There we go. Now, where was that fake? I wonder if I leave it on chapter 2. That's where most of the action was. How do you, like, is it possible to just comment on, like, the whole fic? How do other people leave their comments? Huh. Let's see. So it's by chapter. Wait. Let's see. Entire work? Now let's see. Huh. Wait. Is that a 4th chapter? That's a... Oh, heck no. She did not just put out a 4th... Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy. She put out a 4th... Chapter 4. Oh my god, look at that length. Oh my god. My god. See what does she say? Not gonna lie, I don't know if I hate or like this chapter. I spent too much time on it to really know, but I didn't want to leave you guys hanging for too long. Again, kudos and comments are severely appreciated, and it is really makes me want to continue this wet, sloppy, skin slapping, kinky, horse ass smut. Oh my god! Oh my god! My poor computer can't handle more hours, games and streams. For a while messes it up And soon I may have to go. Okay, I'll end it here then. Cause you're on this journey too. What are they doing in this chapter? Let's see. What are they doing? Let's see. It was almost embarrassing how reactive his body was, if not for the fact Scaramouche was riding one of the most earth-shattering orgasms of his life. Previous orgasms from earlier had practically ripped his body apart, making this one hit 10 times harder. Whoa, what's going on in this chapter? Wait. This must be the roleplay chapter she was talking about. Is that a breathing thing? Wait. What is... What is... I don't know if I'm reading this chapter on stream, but if I don't, it's not going to be read at all. He's... 2? Wait. What is going on in this chapter? What the hell? Oh, what do the comments... Can the comments give me a hint about what the hell is this chapter? Oh, the roleplay chapter. So it is the roleplay chapter. I don't know. I think out of the chapters I read, I like chapter 2 because it was like, you know, it's like, I mean, that's where I was gonna leave my comment at. I wonder if I leave it on chapter 1. I don't know. Like, I've never commented on like fics before. I mean, I used to like. But like, I only left like 2 comments before in my life. If you really want to read Angel, I can switch to my phone. Okay. I'm just curious what's going on in this. I don't know if I'm gonna read this stuff, but it's like, you know, maybe I could just like skip some of it, you know. Just... Why is this so long? I think maybe I'll turn that off while I take a quick trip to the Twitchers. I really want to read chapter 4. But at the same time, I don't. Cause it's so long. It's so long. It's so long. Okay, going back in. Just read it. Okay, let me get my phone. I'm here. Welcome back, Jaxie and Jax. Unless the fanfic somehow involves Scaramouche edging, which in that case, it only seems fair to mirror it. Edging? Wait, like edging what? Well, here we go. 6 hours with Scaramouche. Chapter 4, Hour 4. Lord. And my mom is in the other room. Oh shoot, someone actually saw the link. I didn't think nobody would see that so fast. Okay, never mind, let's just continue. Knock, knock. Scaramouche pinches his silk robe up to his chest as he makes his way to the door. Thank God my mom is on the phone right now. She can't hear. His special package that he has been waiting for all week was behind this door. Each step has a little skip. What's that? Now I'm just paying full attention to you. Oh, cool. Wait, you weren't earlier? Okay, let's continue. When he opens the door, all the excitement gets caught up in his lungs, rendering him speechless. Oh, why he definitely was not aware that there would be another treat behind the door. I'm not gonna explain. I don't know what edging is, but I'll probably have to just Google it later or something. Hey, a handsome man in his delivery uniform holds up a box, shut close with a messy tape job. Got your package. It was too hard to notice the plain cardboard box. There was a whole different package that caught his interest. His eyes linger for too long, and when he notices, he has to tilt his head up, cutting himself out of his trance. He widens his eyes. Oh, thank you very much. The delivery man also takes his time taking in Scaramouche's revealing attire before nodding. Of course. What's that? Listen, I was just playing games, but now that I'm on my phone, I can't just have even another tab. You don't know what edging is. The only thing I could guess edging in is when someone's about to have the little orgasm or whatever, but then it's like stops, or maybe it's like someone ties a string around the ding dong and stops you from like whatever. That's the only thing I know. Like, that's the only guess I can make. Please keep your innocence. Is that bad? Okay, back to the fake. Scaramouche stifles a laugh by bending his finger over his lips. It must have been such a long drive. Scaramouche holds the box to his chest. He twists his torso side to side, pressing a finger onto his lips. He sighs as if he understands the... Hi, new person. I don't know who you are, but welcome to the stream for your first time. The first one. So it's like when someone's about to have a little orgasm and then like they're stopped or something, or is it like when you tie something around it and it's like all painful and stuff. So like I forgot already. The second one is just a good way to cut off circulation. Oh, what innocence. I know some things, man. Shush, Jaxie. Nobody needs to know. Okay, back to the fic. Okay. He sighs as if he understands the anguish of long distance. You must be a little thirsty. Oh yeah, actually yeah. I ran out of water on my way here, the man chuckles. In that case, why don't you come inside? Surely a pit stop won't hold you up. The delivery man seems to take a while to think, but Scaramouche grabs his waist and brings him inside before he could decline. He closes the door behind them as he ushers the delivery man inside. The poor delivery man seems so lost and out of place in this apartment. Tall and lean, red, fluffy hair, and a modest brown delivery uniform. Scaramouche was the exact opposite. Dim, straight hair, and a black silk robe that left little to the imagination. Standing next to the delivery man made Scaramouche feel like an ant. He could certainly crush him like one as well. Here, Scaramouche sets his box on the counter. Let me get you a glass. Let me just move closer. Scaramouche goes over to the cabinet to reach for the glass, but alas, his short stature can only reach so high. Even on his tippy toes, he struggles to reach for the glass. He pushes himself up, but only his fingers could graze against it. It causes the glass to wobble deeper into the cabinet. Ugh, I'll get it. He feels a firm body press against him as a hand effortlessly reaches for the glass above Scaramouche. A clean linen sea breeze scent swarms his senses. The man's crotch pressed against Scaramouche's lower back, and he forced himself to bite back any sound of astonishment. He twists his head to look up. The delivery man was staring straight at him. Was staring right down at him. He backs away for the sake of keeping a modest space. Scaramouche awkwardly laughs. Oh, sorry. Thank you. The delivery man holds his gaze longer than necessary. Then he smiles. No problem. Scaramouche fills the glass with water and hands it to his oh-so-kind delivery man. When he drinks, Scaramouche can see the man's eyes peer down on him through the clear glass. Dirty thoughts fall into his mind as his eyes fixate on the man's throat, gulping each swallow. For the sake of the delivery man's rather slow ability to drink water, Scaramouche starts up a conversation. It must be tiring lifting up all those boxes. Scaramouche leans against the counter and crosses his arms. Even with his thick, layered uniform, he can tell his guest was well equipped. Perhaps it was all trifling to him, carrying boxes. The delivery man shrugs and leans against the fridge handle. He crosses his ankles, relaxing his body posture to match Scaramouche's. The glass of water hung by his side, while his other hand was shoved in his jacket's pocket. All in a day's work. You get used to it. Sometimes I get a little lucky, and I get some light packages like yours. He tips his chin toward the small box in the corner. Ah, this thing. Scaramouche pats the box next to him. It was small, but certainly wasn't something to scoff at. Maybe I should order something bigger. For some reason, you're making me want to make it hard for you. The delivery man helps out his nose. He hides a smile behind his forearm, averting his gaze as if laughing at his own little inside joke. Please, I doubt you even need anything that big. Just look at you. He tips his glass towards Scaramouche's figure as to make a point. He takes another sip of his drink, as if what he said was a casual comment. So he was checking him out. It didn't bite in the way that the man had hoped. Excitement tingles on the inside of his thighs, and Scaramouche has crossed his legs to prevent the visible reaction. He puts his arm underneath his chest while his elbow rests upon it. His fingers reach up to the collar of his robe as he pinches and rubs the silk. He tugs it down ever so slightly. Just because I'm short doesn't mean I can't handle it. Scaramouche fails to bite down the smirk growing on his lips. The delivery man's eyebrows raise up in shock, and for a split second, it makes Scaramouche think that his words were a little too on the nose. However, the man sets the glass down next to the stove and saunters over. Anticipation crawls with each step. He narrows his eyes down at Scaramouche, and his head tips further down with each step. Once he was right in front of him, his chin was practically on his collarbones. I can think of many things, the delivery man starts slowly, that you might not be able to handle. Oh, please, pray tell. I am having no problem dealing with your big ego, that's for sure. Scaramouche presses his elbows behind him and onto the counter. By doing so, the V-line of his robe widens, showing off the small divot of his chest and his collarbones. He even puffs out his chest to accentuate the enticing view. He doesn't acknowledge it, but his guest surely does. The delivery man pokes his tongue from under his cheek. His hands cage Scaramouche against the counter, and his words fan across his face. You got one sassy tongue. Surely no one has taught you any better. You would be surprised what this tongue can get you. Do you mean you as in you, or you as in me, for me? Restraint tightened in the guest's expression, and the air between them constricted into a few inches. It was suffocating, but there were far more ways to choke Scaramouche that he would have preferred. Now, what could I possibly give to you? It's not my job. Rather, Scaramouche's hands run down his vest. It's about what you could give to me. It was tempting to run his fingers down even further. The delivery man cocks his head and gives a fake smile. But aren't I your guest? That's not how you treat guests, now is it? Scaramouche doesn't answer, but shrugs. Perhaps he was right. He doesn't affirm or deny the man's words. He parts his hand from his chest. The man narrows his eyes down at Scaramouche's neck. Hickeys covered the sides with teeth and dents that look almost too painful to look at. Scaramouche doesn't seem fazed by it. It was as if it was never there. Noticing his eyes, Scaramouche scratches at his own marks with his pinky like there was a passing itch on his neck. He was beyond aware of what the delivery man wanted to say. He was just dying for him to say it. Instead, the delivery man plays dumb. The delivery man flicks his own finger at his own neck. What happened here? It was quite obvious. A bug bite. Duh. He doesn't take it for 1 second. Slowly, the delivery man raises his hand. He goes his hand over Scaramouche's neck to feel the spectacle. The touch is feather-light, and it could have been tender gesture if there wasn't a hungry look locked onto him. He held his breath. His imagination was concocting unsavory things with that hand. A bulge of a gulp bobs in his throat, and that is when the delivery man pulls away. I didn't know bug bites could be so big. You aren't a doctor. Not like you would know much to start with. Perhaps he should have bit back his sarcastic tongue, but the expression on the latter's face was too appealing. Really? It didn't take a professional. The delivery man opens his mouth, then closes it, as if holding back something he may regret. Scaramouche tilts his cheek towards him, wanting to coax it out. Then he asks, "Do you live here with anyone? And if I do?" The delivery man looks around the room. There wasn't any sign of anyone else. There wasn't any sign that anyone else shared that space. It would have been the perfect crime scene. Not that Scaramouche thought the man was going to perform some heinous act. Just wondering, the delivery man backs off, pushing himself off the counter. He turns back to the counter with his abandoned glass. Scaramouche didn't quite gauge the tone of his voice without seeing his face. Some people have partners. Some people live with their families. Useful to know. Useful. Scaramouche scoffs. Do I look like someone who has a partner? Perhaps, the delivery man muses. Those bug bites don't just come from nowhere. Scaramouche lets out a curt laugh. He wasn't letting go of that. Well, no. I don't have anyone. Scaramouche idly paces around the kitchen. He strains the napkin stand, trying to find something to do with his hands. I don't like being chained down. The man swallows down his last gulp of water. Why not? Despite asking such a personal question, Scaramouche felt inclined to entertain his guest and whatnot. I like being free as I do. I like being free to do as I please. Do who I please. He hears the man stifle a laugh. Scaramouche had already rounded the kitchen and was making his way towards the delivery man. Scaramouche mindlessly runs his fingers over the drying dish rack, bouncing and skipping over each metallic bar. Desperate to pop the pregnant silence, he shoots back. What about you? Simple, he sighs. One day I would like to settle down and have a family, though. Scaramouche snorts. Where's the fun in that? The delivery man twists his head. Scaramouche returns the glare with a smile. It wasn't supposed to be a jab, but the expression on the delivery man's face darkens. Not exactly the most nurturing look in the world. Don't you have a family? Scaramouche shakes his head. I left them long ago. You? Well, I live with my family, but again, I want a family of my own. The typical family guy. These types of men always annoy Scaramouche the most. They were always the sappiest and definitely the least arousing in bed. Sounds lame if you ask me. What a cookie cutter way to live. Scaramouche doesn't meet his eyes, but rather fixates on the potted plants across the room. It sat rather pretty. Even its transient life of sitting still and serving some aesthetic was far more interesting than a life of pestering children and annoying spouses. Not to mention prenups. Scaramouche chuckles at the thought. It's not about fun, the delivery man starts. It's about love, stability, having comfort to come back to after a long day. Why does it sound like he's actually serious? The notion was so innocent, coming from the same guy who had a thing or two about his tongue and neck. Scaramouche couldn't hold back his amusement. A slight turn of his lips and the narrowed eyes, characteristic of a mocking smile. He has to hold down the laugh itching to come out. He held his hands up to stop himself. I'm sorry. I don't see the humor. The response was cutthroat. Well, it's just odd. Scaramouche doesn't finish that thought. Instead, he opts to say, let's just say I would also be having a long day if I was a delivery boy. Scaramouche was simply a client, and definitely someone who could afford a life that doesn't revolve around running door to door, dropping boxes of cardboard on people's front doors. Or, in this case, taking advantage of other people's hospitality. I pity you. But Scaramouche lifts his robe up. He pulled a wrinkled dollar bill that was held down by his panties and landed it on the latter's chest. Perhaps this will help you. Touch the nerve. Scaramouche's lips thin into a smile when he sees him tighten his jaw and a storm brewing in his oceanic eyes. It was like messing with a lion this was like messing with a lion in its cage with a stick. He didn't do anything. He can't do anything. The dollar bill falls to the floor, and it is almost as pitiful as the guy who needs to pick it up. Maybe then he can see him on his knees. Anyways, you can go back home to your family. Tell your mom I said hi. He cackles and nudges the delivery boy. Scaramouche had too much fun, he'll admit. Hold on a second. Okay, back to this. He doesn't look back at the boy when he rounds the kitchen counter. He can walk out the door without his hand being held. And thud. Scaramouche groans. Crap! So much for a dramatic exit. His elbow had knocked down his package, and the contents inside practically spilled out. He bends down to pick up and gather the items. His robe slips down his shoulders as he puts the items back in the box. That wasn't the main thing on his mind, but rather to hide the thingamajig and lube bottle that he had bought. He swears under his breath again. The flaps of the box shut close once he rescues them inside. Behind him, he could hear the delivery man laughing at the scene. Ugh, shut up and piss off. Scaramouche grabs the box and holds it tight to his chest. His ears burned as the humiliation continued. The collar of his robe had dropped to the crevice of his arm. The box was practically the only thing covering his nip-nips. The redhead snorts. That's rich, coming from you. As he walks over, Scaramouche backs away. I guess I really am just some dumb delivery boy, huh? Scaramouche tugs the box away as he edges closer. However, he doesn't exactly run. Why can't he just run? Yet, as the delivery man's burning gaze boils the arousal in Scaramouche's mind, he knows exactly why he can't bring himself to move any further. But at least I'm not some whore. He grabs the box from Scaramouche's grip. Hey! The delivery man grabs the thingamajig out of the box. His heart drops as he twists it in his hand, holding it up just high enough so that Scaramouche couldn't reach it. The delivery man stares at it in awe as if it was a gem. Then he scoffs. You definitely weren't lying when you said you could handle it. I'll give you that. Give that back! Scaramouche hops, reaching his hand up. Oh my god, I wish I could read this louder, but I can't. Oh shoot! I switched to the wrong tab! Okay, wait. I was trying to delete this tweet. I was trying to delete this. Delete. Okay, yep, there we go. Doxing myself on stream again. I was trying to delete that tweet. I only left it up there. I only wanted to leave it up there for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't know. 10 minutes. It's always so funny how I'm doxing my identity. Wow, we're going on 6 hours. Wow. What, you saw? Oh, of course you saw. You're right here. I need to close these other tabs too. What's this? I actually want to keep that though, for reference. What is this? The whipped cream? I'll keep that open too. What is this? Sensation play? Google search? Yeah, I'll close that too. I'll just close that one. We all saw that. You're the one who tries to keep it a secret. Yeah, of course I'd try to. It's just... Well, if you saw the name, have fun going through it. I really don't really care, really. I think I've wiped it of most of my OC content. It's kind of an embarrassing shrine to Scaramouche, pretty much, because all I've ever retweeted was just constant Scaramouche stuff. Let's see how long this is. I don't know. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'll continue this now. Especially after I just doxed myself. How much more? I'm getting sleepy. I think I'll just close it down now. Let me bookmark that. I wouldn't do that, silly. I don't care, really. You worry too much. I wouldn't go through it without permission. Oh, that's nice. I know. You've said it multiple times. But really, at this point, I don't really care. Really, though. And, let me see. Can I bookmark this too? Bookmark. I don't know what that is, but it came from that article. What else do they got on this site? Yeah, this site's pretty decent. Did I bookmark this? Yeah, I bookmarked it. Okay. Let me bookmark that. I think I'm done here. I still want to comment. Maybe I'll comment on like... Should I comment on chapter 1 or chapter 2? Oh yeah, I think I'll comment on chapter 2. Let the author know I read their fic on stream and put myself through total embarrassment. Damn. Homeboy got tore up. I read this on stream, by the way. My viewers and I had... Hey, wait, vibe check. Did you all have a good time? Jaxie and whoever else is here. I wasn't here for most of it. Oh yeah, that is true. You missed the setup. I liked how it was set up. You know? And then you missed chapter 2. Which was like a marathon. I don't even know how that... I think... And then chapter 3 was just like that whipped cream and then that whole family thing. I don't know what chapter 4 is. It seems like some kind of roleplay or something. But chapter 2, I think... I liked... I mean, if I had to rank it... Yeah. Okay, comment. There. There we go. I never comment, but I wasn't here for chapter 1. Yeah, you missed chapter 1 and you missed chapter 2. Well, most of it. You missed like most of it. Wait, no you didn't. Wait. Oh yeah, you were here for chapter 2. But yeah, you missed chapter 1. I'm gonna just skip around chapter 4 and just pick out a random line before I stop. Let's see right here. Each second deepens the creases on his face. I see adjust to the size. Wait, what? The delivery guy was huge. His body loomed over him as his dong stretched Scaramouche's whole more. His big hands wrapped around Scaramouche's knees, pressing him further. Wait, what? How they sitting? The delivery man lifts himself up, balancing one leg on the ground, while the other on the couch? Huh? His figure over him creates a dark pit in his stomach, and he can feel the drop as he settles in. He was going to have to fit 2 large dongs inside of him? His dong slides into his entrance. Scaramouche's hole stretches with each slow push, and it took a minute for the man to completely bury himself inside. The delivery guy was huge. His body loomed over him as his dong stretched Scaramouche's hole more. Big hands wrapped around the back of Scaramouche's knees, pressing him even further down. His own hands trapped under his hold. He could be crushed like this. Each second deepens the crease on his face as he adjusted his size. Shh. Breathe. A hand caresses his cheek. He just noticed tears streaming down his face. He moves one hand and presses it closer, and he sobs. It was so comforting. He needed it so badly. The rough texture of his skin against his cheek, in the hands of someone who could protect him and would take good care of him. He purses his lips and takes deep breaths through his nose. Be good for me. Pure infatuation fuels him and dilutes him. He chokes out. It doesn't sound like anything. He just nods. Wait. He needs to be good. Slowly, the delivery man moves his dong out before pressing it back inside. Scaramouche rolls his eyes back at the intrusion and claws at his own skin as much as he can underneath the man's hand. After a while, it started feeling good. It felt really good. The stretch was so satisfying, and the man's dong aimed directly at his prostate. It was all mounted onto the growing pleasure, and every time the man buried his entire dong inside, it would elicit a loud whine from Scaramouche. Should he really be this turned on? Scaramouche presses his cheek against one of his knees. The pace begins to speed up. With the dong, the man can't go too fast, but Scaramouche found himself writhing under the hold of the delivery man with... But what is going on? Okay, let's see. With blah 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 blah. Okay, let's see. What is going... I don't know what's going on. It's like you skip a lot around and then you just land on something that you don't even know. This is funny. Scaramouche was a hoe and he needed to be whipped back into shape. Oh. Yep, okay, time to go. I can't believe I read that for 6 whole hours. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. I need to... I'm gonna start a new stream and read OC stuff. So, Jaxie, you can go to sleep if you want. And, Vucky, if you're still gonna be here... Oh, I think he left already. Maybe I'll just stream Genshin then. And then do some OC stuff. Do you want a visual aid, Rin? Of that? No. By the way, are you purposefully picking fanfics with Scaramouche being the bottom, or did the internet unanimously agree? Well, the fandom unanimously agrees that he's a bottom. There's some top Scaramouche content out there, but I don't seek it out and it don't seek me. In fact, I've only saw like one instance. No, wait. Two. No, wait. There's the artist Leon, who draws him as a top with blonde-haired boy. And then there's some other artist named Strawberry or something. I don't know what her name is, but she got a strawberry emoji. She draws him top with Kazuha. And that's it. Everything else is like, oh, there's Mona. But she's a girl, so I don't count that. But everything else, he's bottom boy. I mean, for me personally, he's bottom boy. Even with Mona, he's bottom boy. It's like, he's a powerful character. And you want to bring a powerful character down a peg or two. Bennett. Oh god, no, not Bennett. I'm surprised you know Genshin characters. But no, it's Aether. The blonde-haired one. I think Bennett's hair is white. But yeah, I need to get some holy water, and that holy water is my OCs. So I'm going to start a new stream. Vucky, if you want, you can be there for it. And Jaxie, you can come too. In fact, it's probably a good time to talk about, in the next stream, it's a good time to talk about this anthology I'm supposed to be participating in, but failing miserably. So, I am going to switch it over. And then this one. If I could figure out how to cut this music off. Okay, here it is. Probably gonna see you in a few. Bye. Bye!